Good morning, everyone, and a happy Thursday. How's it going, Cat Peasant? How's it going, Mr. Dotty? How y'all doing? I thought, as a special treat for you all today, I'm just going to recount my last 10 dreams. And not any of the exciting ones. I dreamt that I was a sandwich. Okay. I didn't have a plan today. I was gonna do the rustlings thing, and morning, Emil. I was gonna do the rustlings thing, but as I went to YouTube's, and I looked for rustlings because I like to attempt to at least do something where not everyone else has done it. And it turns out the Uncle Scientist has done this. So, which is incidentally is one of two people I follow on YouTube. So I'm not gonna copy 50% of my followers, in other words. All right, there we go. So we're gonna have to come up with something else today. So I wonder what we should do today. We could do something small, right? Start something, or I'm gonna look at the room sketch again soon. Does that even exist, Caleb? Is there siblings? Link, or it didn't happen. Rat factor. Siglings has moved to Coldberg. It's okay to be tired, Cat Peasant. It's one of those days, isn't it? I woke up at 4 and I couldn't go back to sleep. Are you sure? What I said was not what I was gonna say, but let's just go with that. The end. I should just submit a PR and remove everything from here on, so it just says this is the end. Files. Should we try not to carry Cat Peasant around? So what do we do today? We could just we could see if there's anything interesting on Reddit. But we can see if there's anything useful on Reddit. All right. I'll stop now. Fourth year, huh? Every time I see some kind of TUI something, I just want to go and have a look at it. Okay. I don't do a lot of YouTube though, Adele. Although I should do. So this is everyone's chance to say what they want to like. If you have any topic you want us to explore, feel free to voice that. I had some suggestions on Discord, but anything that's gonna involve me going on a long learning journey is gonna be super boring to watch because I'm very quiet when I'm learning. Mornington Boris. Hello, Dan. So yeah, we're gonna take a bit of a break from Anathema. The last couple of streams has really kind of emphasized how I'm getting a bit burnt out by it. And yesterday could have swung either way. It was like a nice ending to the stream yesterday, but it could also have gone completely opposite direction. With the like observing the performance. The thing is, I don't even know if what I'm observing is correct. Right? I have no idea if Ratatouille is outperforming Anathema. No idea whatsoever. We're talking about in general terms. It could be that the menu layout just needs optimization, right? But yesterday, it felt like the whole world was just caving in because the performance was noticeably slower. Instead of actually focusing on how do we figure out which part of the performance is and is this a big deal, in my state of mind, I kind of just felt like throwing my toys out the pram and, you know. Yeah, I don't like watching videos on my stream while I'm streaming. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And I get people do that. I'm totally on board with people doing that. It's just to me, I understand that people eat sweets and snacks, but to me, I don't like to eat sweets and snacks. And I don't like watching videos on, like, the only exception is if I'm eating food, then I don't mind if we watch something in the meantime, because one thing that no one wants to see is me eating food. Go back to work. Sounds like fun. Hello, kicking it up. It's going all right. How you doing? No. No is the answer. That does not look fun. One of these issues trying to push a Unity project. Oh my. I don't think I've ever used large file storage with Git. Oh, let's do a game tool, shall we? Typing one-handed on a split keyboard is not the best. I see. How you doing, Binges? Currently usable, but is very new. Currently lacks extensive testing and will likely publish breaking changes often. This sort of resonates with me a little bit. I feel like that's where Anathema is. 95 commits. When was the first commit for this thing? Was that it? 2 weeks ago? Oh, I see. So they're using, it's just a layout. Gotcha. Let's see how they do the nodes then. Layout. It's nice to have done something like this because I can look at this and I immediately know why they have an any node. I bet you that there's a node trait then, and there's an any node which has two functions. That to any and to any mute kind of thing, right? No, node is a concrete type. With a node value. What's a node value? Oh, I see. Interesting take. It's so much easier to express things in Rust, right? Pain and suffering, that sucks, man. I have a headache, but I'm hoping that'll be gone in about 15 minutes. Speech to text commands. I don't have any of that. Writing bindings is a wonderful exercise, sure. Get your store public. I think we could sketch on the Anathema logo, but I don't think I want to do the t-shirt designs on stream because that's super boring. So this is kind of nice because you can express all this as I don't know what the state here is. Why it's an element? Can you have? All right, so it's possibly a stack of stacks and all that, right? Infinitely sized types. Hello, Danako. Hello, Zumas. How you doing? We're just looking at something that someone posted, a layout library that someone posted on Reddit. I'm just looking at the code to see what they got going on here. But as I mentioned earlier, like when I learn something myself, I'm very quiet when I'm doing that. So it's not super interesting to watch. So until we come up with something different, I haven't forgotten about you, right? We'll come back to this thing. And then the layout. So this looks like it's a single pass layout. There's a lot going on there. I was kind of hoping to see the any node, so let's go and have a look at that. Not, well, kind of. I thought they were going to have the to anything. So this is locked to a singular thread now because of this, which is perfectly fine for your UI. I think assuming that a UI has to run across multiple threads is probably not necessary, right? You can design and build your UI so it runs on a singular thread and do all the work on another thread and just send messages into the UI. That's also another take on it. You might have values that you spread across multiple threads. You somehow need to pipe into the UI, and then you have to use multi-threaded, whatever you use, right? Luckily, we don't have any RC ref cells, so we can't really get into the state of deadlocks. I think you can probably break something easily by... No, you can't. You can't do that either. Oh, well. Good tea. Now we just have this gross caffeine drink left. Okay. Now, so this is oh, no. Oh, any node is not a trait. I thought it was. Just because they do the box down any. Okay, so a node is just something in the tree then. Let's have a look at how that tree layout is actually created then. So is this all based on the The tree is a function that returns a singular node from a state. So their tree is the node. Because of this, you cannot do certain things like access two nodes simultaneously, right? They bamboozled you. Who did? Oh, the fact that it wasn't a trait. I'm very slow today. Blah blah. Insert obvious joke. Okay, so node value state element. So this is pointing to an element, but it's a little bit. I'm a little bit uncertain what that actually is, right? So it has a state, but we don't really know what. Because this is just generic over something. There is no way to actually do anything with this. You have no access to the tree. Hello, Nick. Another 10. I don't know if I can, right? So I probably sound a bit sluggish today. I woke up at 4 this morning, not feeling super motivated. And I have a headache, which everyone loves for some reason to have. But the headache should be gone in about 10 minutes, I hope. But yeah, so I'm getting a bit burnt out by anathema, and I can feel that my stress levels are going up. Other things that are quite obvious in my life are changing. And so I noticed these things. So I've decided to take a more active approach to these things, so not to burn out. Yesterday, I did the performance comparison, a very heavy-handed performance comparison, and it was like my emotional reaction to it was disproportionate, right? I felt very strongly that because the performance wasn't better than Ratatouille's performance, or at least on par with it, I suddenly felt very defeated, and that's a very rational thing to do, right? It's like there are so many reasons why the thing that I observed could be slower, and there are possible ways to make it a lot faster, right? So it wasn't really indicative of or it wasn't really proportionate response, right? Also, I've been doing these like 10-hour streams, working on this thing and trying to get it out. And 2 days in a row, I thought, okay, this is the day we kind of say, all right, we have a pretty solid API now. But both of those days, it turned out that was not the case, right? So I've decided that today I'm not going to worry about anathema, and we're just going to have a chill stream with some generic programming if I can figure out what. Well, the short answer is I don't. It was my observation of a certain scenario where I thought that this should not be faster than anathema, but it was, right? I could see the refresh rate showing that it was faster, right? Yeah, it was pretty obvious in my case as well. Like when your emotional response is disproportionate to the event that's occurring, then you need to sort of take a step back and take stock of like what is it that is happening? Why do I have this feeling, and what is it indicating, right? And obviously when there is something like stress levels and all these things, you kind of have to pay attention to these pretty quickly, otherwise they can escalate into something more serious. But okay. We're not going to touch anathema today. So we won't be doing that. Okay, I don't quite know what I'm looking at here. Okay, an exploding car. So this is a car, but it's not an old game, is it? The graphics makes me think that this is like maybe... This could be 2012 or 2022, right? I'm a little bit uncertain. I don't know how to implement a Sandspiel, and even though that is an interesting concept. That's basically what Noita is built on. I think to get to a simulation of Sandspiel that we can observe, it would take way too long. And like I said, when I learn something, it's not an interesting process for anyone else because I'm very quiet when I'm trying to understand something, right? It's not Twisted Metal either, is it? We're gonna go with a Twisted Metal guess here now. Oh, man, I don't know what I'm looking at. So this is a vehicle, obviously. I don't know what game this is. I don't think I've played this. The only thing I can think of is that the graphics is either going to be close to 2012 or 2022. So it'll be plus minus a year in each in either direction, right? That's all I can think of here. I don't know this game. Cluster Truck. I do know this game. Well, I have never played this game. I have seen it. 2016. I wasn't quite on the money with the guess there. Interesting. All right, so this is a UI library. It's probably not that interesting to look at. We already have solved a lot of that. Kubernetes and DevOps isn't interesting to me. My own Redis. Okay. We can look at this. What is it? The server run. Okay. Mod service. Let's check out the Cargo Tom. It's always a good place to look. Okay, so they only depend on regex. So this is going to be, this is not going to use async, and that's kind of a sensible take, right? To not reach for async all the time. You might not need it, right? Maybe this thing is supposed to handle like 2-3 clients. You don't need an async library for that. Let's have a look at the server. Okay, so we're using TCP listener and TCP stream. So this one runs over TCP. You could have modified this thing to use Unix sockets as well quite easily to do this. It's strange. Well, it's not strange, but here we could have used format instead of doing 2 allocations. Hello, Afterlife. How are you doing? Does it need regular expressions? I don't know. Right, we'll see where it's being used now. So we got a listener, and obviously we use unwrap. So that would, if this was someone's project and they submitted this to something that I was involved in, my instant feedback would have been no, unwrap, right? Now, for all intents and purposes, this part isn't too bad to unwrap anywhere in, because the worst that's going to happen is you're going to try to start the server and then it's just going to die on you, right? However, when it comes to all the incoming stuff, you are you could basically end up shutting down the server because someone does something silly, right? Why is unwrap bad? Well, specifically for that reason, right? So unwrap means unravel the thread that you're on, or if your unwrap panics, it means unravel the thread and end it, right? So, and in this case, it's going to be the main thread. So you would end your program, okay? So if you were to send something dodgy here, you can shut down the server for everyone else just by writing a bad client implementation, right? Where if you did error handling instead. So We have things like errors we can recover from. All right, let's take a form. You input a username and a password, and if the username is empty or invalid, you can simply recover from this error and say, okay, invalid credentials, right? If you're running a server and you cannot bind the address to the port, then it's an unrecoverable error-ish. It can be, right? So instead of trying to continue to run the server, you could arguably say, can't bind the address, give me another address and I'll try that, right? But for the sake of conversation, right? You can't really continue the program if the server shuts down, right? So for that reason, we can call that an unrecoverable error, right? So we might as well end the application there, right? Error handling is the reason. Yes. So this would let anyone write a dodgy implementation. A dodgy implementation of a client that will shut down the server by simply panicking, right? So what this thing will do, we'll get a stream, and then we'll have a buff reader. So we're going to read the request. So calling buff reader lines, if I write a 0 byte there, I think this would fail. So let's look at the lines. That's going to be from buff read probably. No. Calling lines. All right, let's have a look at lines. This does not return a result though. Am I misreading this code? Buff reader.lines. And then you map that. Oh no, you're mapping the line. Gotcha. Okay, so we're looking at this. And this iterator returns a result of a string. Yes. Okay. So this structure is generally created calling lines and buffer represents documentation lines for more details. We'll not have a new line byte. Each line editor has the same error semantics as buff read line. Okay. See when this thing errors out then. Doesn't say anything about errors here. Probably down here then. No. All right. So invalid UTF-8. All right, so all we have to do is send an invalid UTF-8 sequence, and then we shut this down, right? So you can close down the entire server just by sending an invalid string, basically. $65,535 is max. So I use 16. Okay. Buff reader, yeah. So this we can shut the server down by sending an invalid string, right? Output run command request get 0. All right. So we can also send an empty request. All right. So this thing should filter. This thing should abort if the thing is broken and just call continue and drop the connection, right? Here, if we don't have a request, right, whatever we sent did not amount to a command, then this thing will shut down the server as well. And then we're cloning the output for some reason. I don't know why we would do that. I'm guessing because run command wants to take ownership of a string. Okay. Yep. There's no reason for that. So this thing should probably just be a reference then. Nah, I just need to read the code. I can see what this is doing from here. This is not overly sophisticated. Let's see what the data table is. If this is anything other than a hash map, then we'll keep looking. If the data table is just a wrap around the hash map, then this thing is a TCP connection and a hash map put together, right? I don't want to be like, okay, I'm sounding a bit like a dick now, right? I don't want to diminish something someone else says. Okay, they got some stuff going on here. Although they are doing keys and values like this, probably because they want to be able to select partial keys, maybe. No, why would I do that, Bean Juice? This person might be new to programming, and me doing that would possibly make them feel bad about themselves and lose interest in programming. I would never roast anyone for anything they do unless they do something intentionally stupid to be mean. So the caffeine hasn't started working yet, Bean Juice. We'll get there. Hello, Omega. How you doing today? Okay, so this one, so far, this one, it supports multiple keys according to this. There's no deduplication though. 2017. No, you're safe. I'm just looking at it. Which is why I wouldn't comment on here. I wouldn't comment. This is my first project in Rust. So if they were in this chat and they wanted to, I would give them constructive feedback. They're not asking for it. So I'm just talking about it. This is more, if you are going to build something like this, you should think about these things kind of thing. So they do deduplication. There really doesn't seem to be a reason to split this up into keys and values in that case, right? Given that they do deduplication of this thing, which means that this could have just as well been a hash map, right? And they're doing like a lot of clone and all that stuff, right? So since this is clearly someone's first Rust project, which is what this is the first thing to say here, right? Someone's first Rust project, there's no need to be overly critical to what they're doing. And as a matter of fact, I would really encourage people to use things like clone if it gets them going, instead of trying to hyper optimize something before they are comfortable with the rules, right? Do they want feedback on the video or feedback on the code? There you go. That's a solution. You can do that. Although I know you don't. This is another one of those things that are unhelpful when people tell you these things, Kenny. So you shouldn't. So the conversation goes something like this: you shouldn't use clone. Okay, why not? Well, because clone can potentially be very expensive. You are copying a bunch of data when you could just use a pointer or reference to the data, right? But clone can also be very cheap, right? So technically, it would cost less memory to clone a byte than to take a reference to the byte. If I store a reference to a byte, then I'm storing 8 bytes instead of the byte itself, right? So cloning a byte will, under the hood, just copy the bytes. So it's going to be dirt cheap, right? But the reason clone can be expensive is if you're doing something frequently and you end up cloning a lot, then it could be expensive, right? You could have a performance cost because the allocator has to constantly find space and put the thing you're cloning into that space, right? So it's extra work for the computer to do instead of just having a memory address. But this is so... You don't need to worry about this when you're getting comfortable and familiar with something, right? I think it's a little bit off-putting when this happens, but I understand why it happens, right? I understand why it happens, but Kinney, clone if it gets you where you're going. Use own strings if it gets you where you're going, right? There are lots of things you can do that you quote-unquote should never do, even though it's impossible to not do them in many scenarios, right? If you have something like a very large vector of values, right, then yeah, you might notice some performance. But if you're cloning a couple of bytes, right? Yeah, so you want to get familiar with the language. You want to build things. It's a little bit like someone wants to learn a new language, and you kind of push the intermediate stuff on them. Also know that programmers are just assholes. Can you just okay, maybe not that. Meeting time. Open source for meeting summaries written in Rust, runs locally on Llama 3. Resistation. Can look at that. I don't think I read this week in Rust. I have seen this. Yeah, I have seen this one. Okay. Curlium, so that's going to be a curl clone. Let's have a look. Look at this cat peasant. Absolutely no meetings. It's true. We don't start off as assholes. It's what programming does to you long term. Fun moment clone. Reduced memory usage of our server at work by seeing that Terra Engine was cloned around a lot and just throwing an arc around and reduced memory usage. Yeah. So that is sort of the... Maybe we could draw the level of your Rust journey where you start off with clone, then you move to RC. I don't say arc because in the beginning of your Rust journey, you probably don't write a lot of multi-threaded code, right? So you start off with clone, then you move to RC, and then you move on to lifetimes and references instead, right? With a very unconventional background, plant ecology, self-taught programming, years of disability, it's flat astonishing to be supported by such an awesome community, surrounded and empowered by experts and beginners alike, making incredible things together. But now what? Bevisworth Beds roll around, and Cart has put out a call for others to reflect on the air behind us and plant. Okay. I don't know. What if you do the opposite? I mean, you do whatever you want. I'm not your dad, allegedly. Panic handle for bare metal, compiling Rust into exe on Linux. So this is about cross compilation. Linear regression with no panics. The good and bad of C++ as a Rust developer. This is probably just gonna be one of those. Oh yeah, Rust is so amazing. C++ sucks. All right, so let's have a look at it. Chad nauseum. No, it's Chad nauseam. I feel like there's a missed opportunity there. Instead of ad nauseum, you could be Chad nauseum. Okay, well, this isn't loading, is it? Obsidian. Do people use that to write? Is this someone's like chewy of foods for children? Okay, I have no idea where that is going. Let's go back to what we're looking at here. Okay. A bit of an evangelist, so you can imagine my pain when my little sister with very little programming experience said she wanted me to teach her C++. If my kid said, I want you to teach me C++, Dad, I would learn C++ in an instant just to teach her programming. I tried to explain that one day she'd be debugging seg faults with Valgrind and looking back at this conversation as the place where it all went wrong. I can promise you with utmost certainty that is not what they would be thinking. Oh my god, I have a seg fault. Now I remember that conversation. No, it's gonna be, oh my god, I have a seg fault. How do I deal with this? More power to her. I hadn't written in C++ since making games with Cocos 2D. I used this in Objective-C at one point. In high school, now I feel old. I hadn't written in C++ since making games with Cocos 2D in high school, but I decided that my vague memory of the rule of 3, or was it 5 or 0, and other such matters would be more than sufficient for the task. It turned out that I had some learning to do too. Okay, you have writing advice here. Okay, you should address this. No, I'm kidding. But I was pleased to find out that there is a large opportunity for knowledge transfer. Nearly every C++ concept can be easily understood as, oh, it's like this thing in Rust. And while C++ has its warts, it's a beautiful language in its own way. I already knew this, but in relearning C++, it became even more clear that to whatever extent Rust surpasses C++, if you believe that it does, it's only because Rust was able to stand on C++ shoulders. This, I think this is a good thing to put emphasis on, right? We have a lot of things to learn from, right? So you take a language like C, which is what, 40, 50 years old? I don't remember, right? It's many years old, right? So it's easy to look at what is painful with C and don't do that in newer languages, right? But so when people do this kind of, oh, this is better than that and whatever, right? They kind of forget a few of these things, right? What C++ version are they talking about? I don't know. So we spent a couple of weeks following an OpenGL tutorial series from a YouTuber named The Cherno. I think this guy streams on Twitch, by the way. Most of you probably know who this is. But so your little sister wants to learn programming, so you start with an OpenGL tutorial. What a WTF moment, right? Hello, Ada. It's The Cherno. Is he not from your neck of the woods? The series is excellent, by the way. After 2 weeks, we had managed to get a single inert blue square on a screen. And I was beginning to be afraid that my sister would question whether this was really the best way to learn a game and make C++. What? Should it be to learn C++ and make a game, maybe? So at that point, I decided we should peel off from Mr. the Cherno's tutorials and start making the game in earnest. We started implementing gameplay features and factoring them out into rudimentary game engine. And I'm proud to say that we now have an actual game you can download and play. I'm gonna venture a guess that there's not a lot of we in here, okay? If you don't know programming, a couple of weeks is not gonna get you a game, okay? I see. Once things were generally split into an engine side and a gameplay logic side, she ended up taking the wheel on gameplay, implementing much of it completely on her own, while I responded to her feature request on the game engine side. C++ is a very freeing language. It lets you write code now and fix it later, which is a good point, because Rust makes you fix it now. And if you don't fix it now, we're not going to let you get on with it. Is what you're trying to do a bad idea? That's up to you, not some nagging borrow checker or pompous language designers who think they know better than you. Go ahead and dereference that pointer. What's the worst that could happen? It crashes or does something weird. It's a video game, man. And besides, you already made the decision to write C++, so clearly something being a bad idea hasn't stopped you before. Man, they kind of sort of managed to slag off language designer, Rust, and C++ and you in the same paragraph. I'm joking a bit here, but C++ seriously lets you do whatever you want. It's clear that it's a joke. I ended up writing this horrible template for memorizing types that can be shared but have resource acquisition is initialization, which let me quadruple our game's FPS with only very minimal changes to the gameplay code my sister was writing. We don't stress about passing floats to functions that expect integers, although eventually the compiler warnings build up and we get around to fixing them. And if we need a global variable, we just make it static first and ask questions later. I'm good enough at Rust that I've internalized the Rust way of doing things and can sketch things quickly despite all that, but I don't feel envious of the alternate timeline version of myself where I'm enlightening her about one cell and arcref cell. Yeah, honestly, I don't know what take that would be because I'm not good with C++, so I don't know, right? Object orientation is also super nice. I know everyone hates an object orientation, but it's extremely pleasant for writing games with. We make a game object class, and then game objects that are squares constrained to a little grid are square object subclass, then square. I think most people don't like this, right? Most of you who's been around for a while are familiar with the entity-based class that just contains a bullshit ID, right? Because it was someone's ID. This stuff is just oozing of premature optimization or future-proofing. Hating on O is quite an overstatement. So I just don't like the paradigm, right? I just don't like writing object-oriented code, right? Or rather, I don't love inheritance, right? With C# you have interfaces, right? So with C# you would, but then you could write C++ without it too, couldn't you? It's not overly exciting, bean juice, but it is something that is better than me staring into nothing. We make a game object class, then game objects that are squares, blah, blah, blah. Then all this go in one giant vector, unique pointer game object, and you can just call up this. So a unique pointer, is this thing like a... what is a unique pointer? Is this thing a managed object where it will free itself, right? Yeah, so this is a unique pointer is maybe vaguely like a regular binding in Rust, where when it goes out of scope, it frees the memory, so you don't have to allocate this thing, right? I'm guessing a unique pointer allocates for you. Current to box. So a unique pointer is always on the heap then. Welcome back, Enrico. How you doing? Historically, big user of Rust game engine Bevy. And there's a lot to like about Bevy, but Bevy is supposed to be the gold standard of the easy to use ECS. All right, and making a game the way we did in C++ is just way more fun and productive. So this is really the answer to the question, should I use C, C++, or Rust in building my project? The answer could be, which one is more fun, right? It's kind of a shame that using a real game engine ends up being a worse developer experience than some C++ my sister and I cooked up in a few weeks. But that is understandable, right? Because a game engine does more than what you and your sister did, right? And a game engine comes with a lot of overhead, things you're never going to use, right? Because it's sort of a catch-all for what you're going to do. I think the majority of... if we were to break down a game engine into components, right, what we most likely need is code to render something, to display code, audio processing of some kind, even if it's just playing back simple sounds, and what else? Yeah, some input handling code, right? So these are like the three basics of a game engine, maybe, right? Input handling, display, and audio, right? That's kind of it, right? But something like Bevy does a lot, right? Verse, nah, I don't think so. This is a programming language for Unreal Engine, isn't it? Alright, the reason this looks shit is probably because I am missing some font somewhere. Probably this. We can fully allow that. Yeah. Syntactically, it looks kind of fun. A level editor would be nice. I think a level editor is something you build yourself, right? I don't think any game engine actually comes with a level editor. However, you do make a valid point in bringing the word editor into the conversation, because an editor is also something that a lot of game engines offers, and it's a lot easier. So one of the realizations you have when you playing around with a game engine is, if I can move things on screen and see what it looks like without having to swap to a code editor, to make changes, recompile, and launch it again, it's going to be a lot faster, right? So, yeah, fair enough. So I really, really think that an editor is incredibly powerful when it comes to building things. This was one of the I didn't know the impact of having hot reloading in anathema, but to me, that was really a game changer. The template language and the fast prototype cycle, that was pretty good already, because we could just separate the user interface from the rest of the application, and that's such a lovely thing to do. If you ever built anything with user interfaces, you know the code gets pretty messy and noisy. But once hot reloading was in place, it was a little bit of an understatement how good it is to be able to do it, right? So to be able to prototype in a language or an engine, sorry. This is what I get for waking up at 4 in the morning. To be able to prototype or not prototype only, but to see the design and make changes in real time is incredibly powerful, right? Like, you have so much control, and it's so useful, right? Makes me think that we could build an actual UI editor that would output AML, and we could build this in anathema. So we could almost have an editor. How disgusting and fun would that be? Yeah, so that I can understand because in the world of game dev, design is so utterly important in a lot of cases. So I kind of get that. I get that. Um, all right. Wow, no one has seen this joke before. The bad. Yeah, all right. This isn't overly interesting. Let's just move on. Although, let's see what people are yapping on about here. I simply do not think that the sister was particularly involved unless she's some kind of super genius, because you don't go from not a programmer to of OpenGL implementation or using OpenGL to build a game engine in a couple of weeks, right? That's I have taught people to program from scratch, and you need a week to get the basics of functions and variables in, right? To make these things intuitive. I remember teaching a girl to program, or a woman to program once, and we had like this bizarre analogy where I try to explain to you. It's easy to say a function, all right? And you're like, okay, that's a function, and it takes arguments, all right? It takes arguments, but to someone who's not a programmer, you have to explain functions as threefold, right? You have a function that takes no argument and returns nothing. You have a function that takes argument. You have a function that returns something, right? You obviously have the fourth one where you can take argument and return something. But you have this kind of like input-output thing that you have to internalize what that actually means. And that takes a while for people to understand. So I don't think that you're going to go from no programming to understanding anything like that. And having written, having used OpenGL myself, with its heinous global state, whatever. It's an exercise in suffering. Right? No, that's not what they said. They said after a couple of weeks, right? We spent a couple of weeks following this tutorial from the journal. After 2 weeks, we had managed to get a single inert blue square on screen. I was beginning to be afraid that my sister would question whether it was really the best way to learn a game and make C++. Well, to learn C++ and make a game. So according to this thing, they have spent a couple of weeks teaching her C++ and following a tutorial, right? So what I'd imagine that the experience for, did I say girlfriend? For the sister. What I imagine the experience for the sister is that she's typing a lot of code and has basically no understanding of what most of it does, right? Anyway, making Rust easy to learn and use this. This is good, right? Maybe I should stop reiterating this thing, right? Because I said this in the past as well. When it comes to Rust having a steep learning curve, I think that's wrong. Girlfriend equals sister. Thank you, website that normalized incestuous behavior. Anyway, so when it comes to Rust, I have said this myself. I said this yesterday, that Rust has a steeper learning curve, but I also want to emphasize this. If you're going to become a programmer today and you're going to get performance out of your machine, then you have to use multiple threads in some cases. Because you don't have to, but if you want to maximize performance, you have to use all your cores, right? Because CPUs aren't getting faster as the whole Moore's law, right? In that has stopped now, so we're getting a lot of parallel processing, right? So to make use of this thing, you might have to throw multi-threading in there, and there is no way that there is a language that has easier multi-threading than Rust, right? Maybe can you guys tell me a language where it's easier to write multi-threaded code than Rust, and with the caveat that this code should be sane and safe, right? And I think it's probably really hard to get multi-threaded code right. And Rust just solves this for you. You can't do it wrong, right? You can't have uninitialized memory. You can't have dangling pointers. You can't have data races. So really isn't. Go maybe? I don't think so. But you have a garbage collector in Go, so that makes sense. I don't know what pointers do in Go, and I said I don't think so, but I was actually thinking about the for loop issue with Go, where you might get the wrong pointer. And that has been solved now, from what I understand. I don't really know Go. I should have added a prefix to this and say we don't talk about garbage collector languages, because garbage collector languages, definitely you don't have to worry about it there, right? Given that the garbage collector does the memory management for you, right? But if we take modern fast languages without garbage collection, right? I should have stipulated that, right? Okay. So the steep learning curve of Rust is there, but I think the learning curve to write efficient C or C++ is probably higher, even though you can get a program compiling and printing hello world to screen easier. Well, technically not, because Cargo New will do that for you, but yeah. If you exclude garbage collection, which languages are left? Well, SIG, C++, C, Odin, Nim, Rust, all the languages starting with the letter V, C3, I guess. I don't know what C3 is like these days. Assembly, but I guess you wouldn't. What other languages do we have that I've forgotten about? There are lots of languages that are not garbage collected. What do I think about SIG? I think SIG is really fun. Well, I say really fun. I really support SIG, right? I would label myself a fan, a supporter of SIG, right? So I'm sort of I like SIG and I like the community of SIG. I don't write SIG myself. The last time I wrote SIG, I think, was in 2021. And it was on version 0.7. I didn't do a lot with it. Well, I looked at Christoph project, right? But like I said, I like the community, or what little part of the community that I interact with, right? Which is why I got a little bit upset with someone who came into my stream saying a bunch of stupid things, which is when someone does a lot of zealotry around the language, they're actually ruining the language community. And I like the SIG community, and I like Christoph here on Twitch. He's a really cool dude. So if you're not following Christoph and you're not following that, you should have a look. Good dude, you know. And even though I am probably never gonna reach for SIG because I am too comfortable with Rust, I still like the language, and I think that it should exist, right? And I think language zealotry should just leave. Do you have any recommendations on how to start learning Rust efficiently? Let's talk about languages, JQ, right? So what was the last language you learned? It's lacking SAG. I love Rust, been a huge fan since 2018, but I think I write too much high-level stuff where investment in Rust isn't worthwhile. And that's perfectly fine. So there is let's do a shout out to Christoph. Oh, Christoph, come on, man. Oh, you deleted that, okay. IT. He used to have Christoph TT, but now it's Christoph IT, right? So he does a lot of work with SIG. He's I don't know if SIG has a bunch of different teams, but I think he's part of the language team, if they have such a thing, right? So yeah, follow Christoph, right? So the binary void, this is an interesting comment here, because think about the world as a new programmer. So on one hand, you have a lot of people telling you how Rust is this memory safe without explaining to you why it's memory safe and what memory safety actually means, right? But so they're telling you that Rust is this memory safe language, that you can't make all these mistakes that you can do in other languages. So And at the same time, you even got like the White House or whatever saying like, oh, we're gonna swap to Rust. Right? Tractor pilots are dead, right? You're gonna swap to Rust now, and this is very important for the future and memory safety and all that. Even though they are not programmers, and what do they know, right? You have a lot of blog posts and articles and YouTubers, and whatever, saying to you, Rust, memory safety, amazing, all these bugs, 70% of all the bugs would just magically evaporate if you use Rust, okay? So you got that. And you got to think about this as a new program, right? And then on the other hand, you have like C, for instance, right? And C doesn't have any of these memory safeties in it. Like you just dereference a dangling pointer and you can just sort of see how the world is collapsing around you and you get sucked into a black hole, right? Where you spend eternity, right? So you try to learn Rust because obviously it's the safest language out there. It's safe, it's amazing, right? You learn Rust, you get a girlfriend and a fancy sports car and all the crypto bros will celebrate you for years to come, right? But you can't. Because it's a really hard language to learn, maybe, right? You're getting into programming, and the first thing you're like, I'm gonna program hello world. All right, we got that. What's the next step? Move semantics. What the does that mean? All right, okay. But you can't swap to C or C++ because you've been told repeatedly how dangerous these languages are, right? If you use them, you will destroy the fabric of time, right? You can't use C or C++ because you will end up traveling back in time and marrying your mother, right? So don't use C or C++. Okay, you go, all right, I'm not going to do that. So you go back to Rust again, but Rust is too hard, right? There's so much nuance to this. If you are a programmer with some experience, you will see this nuance. You'll be like, yeah, Rust is cool, but, you know, I can write C. A segfault never killed anyone. Whatever. I'll write C, it's fine. I'll do that. Or I have to use C over here, or whatever it is, right? But you have to have the experience as a programmer to be able to see the nuance, right? If you lack understanding in a subject, you're going to take people's opinions as facts, right? You're going to look at this thing going like, all right, it's clear that we have to program Rust because even the government says so, right? So here you are, unable to continue your Rust journey because the language is too complex as a first programming language. And you can't swap to C because then you will die, right? The paralysis that will spawn from that, right? If you are a programmer, you can see the nuances. You'll be like, yeah, okay, but it's easy. You know, these tag faults aren't that bad or whatever, right? Or we can live with them, right? Like the guy said in his blog post, right? It's a game. Why do I care about a couple of seg faults, right? It's fine. In the case where you might find that Rust isn't worthwhile, there are other languages than Rust, right? If you talk to the minority, the very loud minority of Rust programmers, the zealots, they will tell you, no, you gotta program Rust or we will find you. We know where you live, right? They will say that maybe, but that is not a reflection of the general Rust community. And if you don't want to program Rust or you find that Rust is not the right tool for your job, and the right tool for the job is the one you want to use, okay? I'm sorry to say that this is really the right tool because there isn't really a right tool for the job, right? It's a dumb comment. It's super explicit. It's great if you need excellent performance, but if you're making your average backend API, you probably don't need that level of performance. Correct. And there's so many ways to talk about performance, and I made this comment yesterday as well, and I made this in a video that I never released. The performance comment doesn't make sense, right? What's the fastest car in the world? And do you think you would beat a professional race car driver using an old Fiat Punto, right? On a track with a lot of twisty bends if you had the fastest car in the world? I don't think the odds are in your favor. You're going to drive really fast on a stretch of road. You're going to brake really hard. And if you don't come off, you're going to be scared shitless and you're going to take it very easy after that. And the race car driver is going to max out what they can of that old Fiat Punto, right? When you reach a point where the language you're using can no longer support, basically the language becomes the barrier to increase performance for you, then you can swap language, right? But the fact that people would argue that Python is slow and Rust is fast and all these things, one, you might not have the skill set to utilize the performance of Rust. Two, you might not have the time to write this in Rust. Three, you might have a team of Python developers who do not know Rust. This is very much a situation I have been in, right? My first Rust program was shit performance-wise, right? The people I worked with worked only with Python and had no interest in learning Rust. And the time limit to produce things is based on how much clients have, how much their budget is to pay for something. And clients generally want to give you money to get a product. They don't care about things like the maintenance costs, right? Not startups. They just need to bang out a product, right? Hopefully it will stand up when the initial onslaught of users turn up. And they can use the revenue to fix things. But whether these things happen or not, it's a different conversation, right? I use Rust and Python together and have some libraries written in Rust with Python bindings, best of both worlds. Yeah, and there's another misunderstanding of why Python is slow, because Python isn't necessarily slow. Python can be performant if all you're doing is calling into the underlying C code, right? Python is efficiently or is effectively just C, right? Under the hood. You have a bunch of functions written in C, and these functions will be called by Python. When Python is slow is when Python calls Python, right? So you're doing things like list comprehension or whatever. Most often reach for not Rust, as much as I like to use Rust for yeah. And I mean, you gotta use what you want to use, right? And I say this as a massive Rust fan. Like literally, I would name our child Rust. No, I wouldn't. That would be stupid. But I'm a big fan of Rust. Anyone who wants to learn Rust, I'll give you the time of day, right? So good. I don't know why I winked about that, but that was pretty gross. I will give you the time of day. I'm happy to talk about Rust, but I'm also happy about other programming languages, right? Just because I like something doesn't mean that everyone else has to like it, right? I would be hesitant to start with JavaScript, though. Yeah, you got to pick whatever works for you, right? You're not a real Rust fan unless you move to Rust, Germany. Well, there's also the Rust Belt, right? Yeah. And I'm going to guess Python, given how you wrote the word true, right? But no, Rust is not for everyone. Absolutely not. Okay, let's read this thing. Amazing language for creating safe, performant, and reliable software. But the steep learning curve seemed to be one of the biggest hurdles in the widespread adoption of Rust. Are there any plans for making Rust easier to learn and use without compromising on what makes Rust Rust? So to say this, there's a lot of stuff being done to the language and the compiler to make intuitive things work. Things that should work don't work, okay? If we do this, cargo new OMG, right? And we have a struct here called flarp. Perfect normal struct, right? And we're going to have a value here, which is a string, maybe. And then we're going to impl. We're going to have a function called... no, let's impl flarp instead, right? And we're going to have a function called value. And there's probably going to be an E at the end of value, isn't there, right? All right, so we have a function that will return a reference to the value. And then we're going to have another function called change string, all right? So we need a mutable reference to self for some reason. And we're going to have the value, which is going to be a string size. Actually, you know what? Let's not even do that. Let's do this. Even more confusing, okay? We're going to use a copy type here. And then we're going to have a length here instead. So if I'm going to do some kind of change based on this length thing here, let's have a function that takes flarp. Flarp, there we go, right? And we're going to use this thing. So we make this thing mutable. So now we're going to do f.change string f.len, right? Oh, really? This works now. I wanted to see this not working. Why are we allowed to do this? It can't be because we take ownership of this thing. We should not be allowed to do this. I ran into this the other day. Because the borrow checker cannot prove that this thing is just temporarily borrowed before this thing, right? This shouldn't work. And now I don't know why it's working. Let's figure this one out, okay? This will be an educational. We're just going to make a new string here, and we're going to call takes flarp mutable reference to flarp. It doesn't have to be mutable, and it just works, right? Even though we're borrowing self. Maybe we can do this. And we're going to rename this thing to S. And then we do dot length here. Maybe this will fail. Nope, that works too. This should certainly not work. If we do this, then I'm just gonna leave Rust forever. I'll be leaving Rust, and you'll never see me again. Right? Okay. Thank you. Right? That obviously wouldn't work. I'm surprised that we can do this though. I literally had this issue with anathema. And now I'm going to find out where that issue was. So we're just going to call the S function. Now I have to go and look in the code. Expected a string. No, it would not have been a real issue events. So we're going to have to look at this thing. So we're calling components length here. This should not be required. I think that's more of a convenience. That's not what I'm looking for. Actually, that change makes no sense. We might as well do that. I can't even remember where this was, right? You can't borrow from self, but apparently you can. Wow, I have a lot of things open. Let's get rid of things. Maybe the editor would be fun to look at. There we go. So which one is it? 181. But it's not. I don't think it's a. I don't think 181 added anything there. Rust release blog. I'm pretty sure that Rust 181 was less than exciting. Yeah, there's no changes to the borrow checker here. Yeah. No. So what was the issue where we cannot borrow from self? Yeah, it does solve complex problems, right? I see it in Austria as well. Okay, well, here's the challenge then. Let's make this not work, right? Let's make this fail. So we're borrowing F mutably here, and we're also borrowing F immutably here. And mutability is not an issue in this case. Oh, maybe it is. Right. Maybe that's the issue. Although it's kind of weird that this would be allowed then. That we can borrow it mutably. But we can't do that, but we can do this. Right? This works. I simply just don't remember this now. And I don't even remember why I started talking about this. But that's quite normal. But this would seem intuitive in Rust that you don't have to do this, right? It doesn't feel like you should have to do this when this should work, right? In most people's minds, this should work. But according to this code, according to the current incarnation of the borrow checker, we're borrowing f as mutable more than once, right? Even though technically we're not. We could resolve the argument before the function, but the Rust borrow checker doesn't do that. And then this thing, if we look at the output, this thing gives us some insight into this thing, right? Second mutable borrow is here. Although technically, this should be the first mutable borrow if we were to resolve the arguments before, right? So first borrow later used by call. First borrow mutable here, second here, and then first borrow later used by call. Try adding a local storing this argument, and then using that local as the argument to this call. This is weird though, because this is not actually giving you anything. It's not actually giving you a suggestion, right? If we ran this code, we might see some more. Man, there's something odd with that, but okay. An attempt to implement the blah, blah, blah. No, that is not right. I'm missing a number, don't I? 499. Like that. There we go, right? No, this error is just a multiple mutable borrows, right? Enjoy, Adam. Yeah, we won't leave Rust. Why what? Sorry, I'm missing context. I ran this problem when I used a method that takes in a closure, and in the closure I'm borrowing something from the same structure. Closures in Rust can be a little bit hairy, that's for sure. But this help message, I think, is wrong. Because normally, it's not actually doing what it's suggesting. It doesn't add a local store in the argument and then using that local. It doesn't actually do this. And sometimes in Rust, you will get actual help. Let's leave that help open and we try to do this. Okay, if I run this code now, we get the help actually telling us what to do, right? Let's make this a little bit larger, right? Can a borrow access mutable is not declared as mutable? Help. Consider changing this to be mutable, right? Whereas this help, it says, try adding a local store in this argument, but it doesn't do that. There is no... Yeah, the error message just looks wrong, right? Okay, let's have a look at this thing, all right? I watched the RustConf talk of Nick related to making Rust easier. I think this is a really old talk. 2 years ago. It's not old, but it's not recent. I found a new borrow visualizer. I found a few borrow visualizers like RustViz. Any details or links to read are welcome. What are the future plans, timelines, ideas for Rust in this direction? So the answer to this question, what are the future plans? There's going to be a mere formality, which is accompanied by a new borrow checker, I think, which will either be stack-based or tree-based, and it should allow for looser constraints around this. The reason Rust is difficult to learn is because by design it's trying to prevent bad code. You can't ignore error cases because of result. You can't create race conditions when modifying structs due to borrow checker. I don't know how accurate they're gonna be, and this will certainly stop being usable with the new borrow checker. I think if we try to use this on anathema, it would be a catastrophe. Let's see, how do we use this? I'll be with certain limitations that have been annotated by the user. So this thing requires that you annotate the code anyway, right? We're not currently attempting to generate visualizations automatically. In this section, we'll showcase how to generate SVG renderings approved. Okay. Once you have installed the above prerequisite, direct into and run the script. Okay, annotated source contains style. I don't. All right, sorry, I don't get this right. In this segment, we dive into creating example string from move print. Note that all visualization examples are placed under example. So I'm guessing this thing is what we're going to visualize. That's the source. And that's the annotated source. Okay, got it. Note that all visualizations are placed under example directory. You can create a new directory of your own. First, take note of the structure we'll need to run. It contains the untouched source code which to render into an image. In this example, string from moves a string. Okay. Annotated source contains a style annotation as to generate SVG. Defines all possible owner reference and input to any memory resource as a resource access point. We define this RAPs between the begin and end comments. The definition header now can be automatically generated by running view example shell. How complex is this thing? When is the new borrow checker come? I have no idea. Probably not this year. It's unclear what this actually generates though. It's capable of generating visualization for simple Rust programs with certain limitations. So this thing would not. This thing would most likely be useless for a larger project then, right? Thank you for the follows. This thing would probably not do anything for a large project. That have been annotated by the user. We're not currently attempting to generate visualizations automatically, which is a little bit confusing, but you have to annotate this yourself then, right? So I think this is not particularly useful for looking at something in your own larger programs, right? Yeah, so something called we'll have a borrow checker. So we have a mere formality. So this repository is an early stage experimental project that aims to be a complete, authoritative, formal model of the Rust mere. Presuming these experiments bear fruit, the intention is to bring this model into Rust as an RFC and develop it as an official part of the language definition. So this thing will probably have Polonius built into it. So this project doesn't have a lot going on, and I think this project is either moved or nothing is happening right now. This is a core library model that models the borrow check. It implements the analysis described in this blog post and this talk, details in the Polonius book, right? So this thing will have a new, this thing will be a new borrow checker, right? And it will allow you to have, to write more intuitive Rust code. So I think this and this has to happen together. I'm a little bit unclear where the connect is. There was some gross art in there as well, right? But yeah, okay. I think it's about making the borrow checker formalized and relaxing some of the rules. Whoops. The reason Rust is difficult to learn is by design. You can't ignore error cases. You have unwrap, but whatever. You can't create race condition when modifying structs due to borrow checker. This is hard because most languages let you get away with this and worry about it at runtime, but Rust forces you to write code that won't crash, which makes even good programmers look like they suck at coding. I cannot stress this enough. It is so humbling to learn Rust. Yeah. A mere formality. I think they are going to be. I think they're going to be merged into one thing that has. That's gonna make changes to the language. I don't even know how to talk about this because I don't. There was a blog post a long time ago, not that long, by Nico Matsakith. I don't know how you pronounce his name. There was a blog post by him and talking about this and Polonius, but I don't remember. If you guys want to know, you can just say what is a mere formality and what is Polonius in the Rust channel on my Discord, and someone named Musean will most certainly elaborate on this. More humbling than PHP. I learned PHP as a child, so it wasn't humbling at all. Kids don't understand humility. Most languages get away with it. Welcome to the Discord, Nadash. You were ignoring the error, maybe isn't a representative of example, blah, 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 someone being pedantic. System stuff like how there are both static monomorphized generics and trait objects, C++. Meh. All right. Okay. So that's not interesting. Handling large string in different languages. Fail to understand small according to previous ePOL development experience. Need help vectorizing hash map, which is inside a hash map. Pax enters beta, Rust GUI with an integrated design tool. Interesting. All right, let's see what this is. This could be interesting. Screenshots, obviously. A vector design tool and a cross-platform user interface engine. It's a vector design tool, visual builder. The reads and writes user interface definitions as code. Is a user interface engine, a cross-platform engine for building and deploying native apps and websites. Let's see it getting started. Follow the installation instructions. Okay. All right. I thought this was going to have more stuff going on, but this is fine. This should only be relevant if you want to do WASM, though, right? Oh, for Mac OS, iOS, and browsers. Well, WASM. Yeah, but then this is less interesting. Then, can we see some examples, maybe? Let's see what this looks like. Start a project. Breakout game with complex physics and stateful facts. This demonstrates the ability of the large language model both as a prototyper, complete first job, as a collaborator. This is made possible by two key ingredients: high enough code intelligence and context window. What the fuck does this have to do with Breakout? Why is this in this README? Note that the example includes bouncing ball, a simple prototype that tested the LLM's ability to implement simple collision detection. Although both bouncing ball and breakout are part of the same commit and PR, bouncing ball was made prior to breakout and was included in the LLM context when making breakout. I feel like this is so irrelevant to this that it annoys me. All right. Okay, so they're using property. I'm going to guess the property is reactive. Interesting that they went with this and not derived, though. All right, so these are just states as far as we know, right? And I'm guessing property makes it into something you can change in the editor, right? No, it's the README doesn't make any sense, right? This is a breakout game, okay? Why are you talking about something else? And most of this text is about breakout game with complex physics and stateful effects. And then this demonstrates the ability of the large language model both as a prototyper and as a collaborator. What does this demonstrate? Why is this here? Is this relevant to you as someone who wants to look at the code for the breakout game? Does this have anything to do with breakout? It doesn't even explain what the breakout game is, right? This is the only thing that is relevant. This is a bunch of nonsense. Why are you putting that there, right? Why? Unless PAX is an LLM-driven UI framework. Even if it was generated, I wouldn't put, this was written in NeoVim on a Thursday. I was feeling slightly peckish. My wife had yelled at me that morning because instead of putting the milk away, I had poured it into her handbag, right? It's like, okay, cool story, but why? But it's a bigger presentation of an LLM, right? This is like, this is the game description, which is not a description. And then this is all about LLMs instead. Anyway, it's not a cool story. We should not put that in a README. Theme, game state. Mole. All right, handle mount. Okay, so this thing mounts components then, right? So this is the initialization code for things. The first thing that runs, I guess. Handle tick. So this is on every tick. I'm guessing this thing contains maybe delta time. Or not. All right, so this is just a game, right? This is kind of like this is the whole game loop in here, right? Okay. Let's look at the PAX code then. So this is for the editor. Arc everywhere, go for it, right? Lifetimes for nerds. I don't really. So this is a bit sad that they don't have any they don't have any demonstrations of what things are, right? When you're asking someone to do something, and this is why we need those gifs on anathema's documentation, right? If you can't see something, you're asking someone to trust you, bro, right? If there's no screenshots or anything, then how do you know what you're even getting involved in, right? Prior art is Verilog in VHDL, which is hardware description language, right? This is what you use to program FPGAs. Well, inspiration, yeah, that's fine. I mean, who doesn't like the old Nintendo templates? So you have something that is supposed to have an editor. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. That's very good. I mean, who doesn't want that? Okay. That's very powerful. It's pretty cool. Nah. Yeah, I get that you might want to chuck some, like, if you've spent a lot of time building this thing. By the way, let's just move on with this now, shall we? Get that in. Samuel, yeah. Hello, Adam. Wow, welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? Oh man, I missed the raid. Sorry. How y'all doing? Hope you had a good stream. We are just looking at random things today because I am a bit burnt out working on my project. I don't know how people work 10 hours a day on their side quests and not dying. What is it? Or are you just being silly with me now? Anyway, right, so we just saw this PAX thing, which looks pretty cool. It's not really my cup of tea, and I don't love the whole editor is commercial, even though it's free for individual, but it gets such a hairy thing, right? When you use something and maybe you want to make it commercial and then you're gonna have to invest. I don't know, right? Random things are good. It's important to have a break. You're not wrong, Tristan. It's very good. it's the same idea as having a nice visual editor, directly adjust your SAML, and then you go and tweak the SAML by hand. Yeah, I guess that's a little bit like WinForms or Windows Presentation Foundation, right? Windows Presentation Foundation, right? Which I think is I don't know if we can see much of this thing, right? I don't need to dive into it, but this thing will allow you to, oh my God, how long has WPF been around for, right? Where you can, we don't see any like code and edits here at the same time, but yeah. All right, anyway, that looks kind of cool. Let's see what people are saying. I have nothing great to add, but Pax is my dog's name. Aww. My question is, what is the big advantage over Slint? Well, Slint doesn't have an editor. This feels like Slint. Well, not really, right? I don't think Slint has an editor. Pirate did 21-hour stream yesterday. Good for him. So most people don't have 10 hours a day for side quests. Oh, you do sleeping, do you? You weak, Marvin. Sleeping's for the dead, right? Now, hello, cat peasant. Hello, raider peasant. Yeah, there's a big difference working on a project, and I don't take any breaks. So I've worked 10-hour days without breaks on this project, and I need a break from it, right? Oh, we all like sleep, Tristan. I like sleep. Although I woke up at 4 this morning, and I've been awake since then, and I'm not like super chuffed about that, right? I think that's probably sensible to do, right, as well. So this, like, you could almost predict that a question like this would happen, right? What's the big advantage of Slint? But I don't think Slint has an editor, right? Or does it? See, you describe the UI in a UI language, right? I don't think it has an editor. Which they do, right? Pax is 100% open source, even Pax Designer, everything is MIT. But they still have a commercial license for it. Our goals appear to be different. Pax is designed around visual building with the UX of a professional vector design tool, like New Flash meets Dreamweaver with a twist of Canva. From what I've seen with Slint, their visual builder seemed to converge more on a new Qt visual builder for developers. They do have a visual builder. Interesting. I didn't know this. Right? The difference in goals affect the flavor of layouts, the foundation of a rendering engine itself, the priority and maturity. I don't know if you're actually selling anyone on Pax by saying all this. You're talking about why Pax is different in your eyes, but I don't feel like these are like unique selling points. Visual building with, so this is basically saying our editor is better than theirs, right? Our license is better than theirs. I guess these are two strong points, right? I don't understand. How do you do that, Bean Juice? What do you do when you're not programming, right? Do you go outside? Using Qt was pretty clunky, in my opinion, with an external UI editor and needing to export the resulting XML code. Fair enough. Yeah, I think this all converges around the editor, right? This difference in goal affects the flavor layout, the foundation of the rendering engine itself, the priority and maturity of features like vector drawing and animation. Pax aims to have an extremely high creative ceiling because our goal is to bring non-developers into bilateral creative collaboration with developers, right? To make software creation more creative and more accessible to human at large. I wonder if this person half and half is using an LLM to write this comment. I won't claim either Pax or Slint is strictly better than the other. No, I mean, how do you make such a claim? How do you say that one thing is better than another without defining the parameters of what makes something good? There's room in the world for multiple ways to make apps, websites, even with Rust, and I expect different folks will enjoy either or even both tools for different reasons. Too right. Good answer, right? Are your plans to make money? I'd guess with MIT licenses, you otherwise wouldn't be planning to monetize the framework itself. But at the same time, I have to imagine monetization is on the mind given the product. Yes, our planned business model is B2B collaboration, SaaS, similar to Figma and Retool or even Slack, where we charge business per collaborator per month for a portal that just works for everyone regardless of technical ability. It is cool. It does look cool. Okay, so that was pretty interesting. That looked pretty cool. Good day to try hard. An open source CCS. I don't know what CCSDS file delivery protocol is. Designing an event handling system with Rust. Let's have a quick look at this thing, right? We're gonna close this down. It's equally frustrating. Now you can write UI code, but yeah, all right. Sorry, I read that right. Okay, so we're okay. So I've been trying to design an event handling system with Rust for my game server project. Basically, I want a convenient and simple way to register closures to run on certain events, such as player connect, packet receipt, etc. Initially, I used something. Oh my god! So I can already see from this comment how much of a struggle this is gonna be with possibly closures and lifetimes, right? All right, so we have type ID for some reason and a vec of boxstein any. So we don't know what's in there yet. Add a handler, event any. Okay, so this takes care of the lifetime because now everything has to be static. Handler is F, where F is... Okay, so the handler is going to go in here most likely, which means you have to downcast the handler. So we're going to box the handler as this and type erased. Well, as boxstein any. Okay, I don't think you have to do that, but okay. So we're getting a type ID of whatever this is. I don't know if that's going to be the correct ID or if it's going to give you the ID of the trait. Trigger event is going to get an event. So we're supposed to get the type ID for this thing to do the lookup. I see what they're doing now. So this is going to return the args. Get type ID of E for handler and handlers. Let closure. Downcast ref. And then args. Okay. Which worked perfectly and was very pleasant and nice to use. I implemented an event for all possible packet types, passing a packet as an argument so handlers could modify it. The problem began when I added references to my packets to reduce allocations and improve performance. As you can see in the code above, requires to be static in both function. Yeah. Called it. The first obstacle was getting the type ID of the packets when they were not static. So you can get around this. I've wrote an implementation that gets around this, but I think we used unsafe for some of it. I solved this pretty quickly by adding another associated type static self to the event. And then implementing it on the packets. I could set self-static. I could use that to get type ID. This was already suboptimal because I could accidentally set the wrong type when implementing it and create a bug, but it seemed there was no other ways. Okay. But then another problem followed. Event args containing references and making the closures not live long enough. With the help of Rust community Discord, I eventually got it somewhat working by adding a generic to event args. You're still not going to get around the static lifetime requirement on any, though. Associated type and then adding blah as an additional argument to the closure so the compiler would know that there's... Okay, well, that could have been a phantom type. There's always a reference of lifetime A, pass the closure. The function look like this now. Oh my god, okay. Is there a question in here? I've tried to make a wrapper function for these and make it nicer, but it seems I only succeeded with a run function, but I can't figure out how to improve the situation on add handler for the life of me. Here's what I have right now. The whole situation is very hard for me to understand because e-event just acts like an ID for event. It has little to do with the closure except for specifying the type of the argument they have. In many cases, the type implements Event, the type that implements event is never even being constructed. Is it even possible to do what I want? Or maybe we should look at this thing for a bit then, right? This could be fun. Use an actor library. You're not helpful. This is not, that's not helpful, right? There's like user, like, so this person wants to understand how this works, right? How to do this. It's more often seen in asynchronous web servers and whatever. Definitely going to consider using them. However, they don't really solve the problem described in this post, but I'd make a, okay, right. This is kind of interesting, right? I wonder if we could do something like this, right? Maybe we could build something like this instead. Let's have a struct that contains events or event handlers, right? Let's just call this thing handlers, shall we? And what do we need in here, right? We need to have, we could just have a vec of something, right? Of an event in this thing, right? So one of the things that we need to use is gonna be, well, we need it to be a trait, right? Trait event. And we can continue with the args, right? So type args. However, you can't make this into an object, right? So we would have to do something like an any event that doesn't have this, right? So then we can implement any event for T, where T implements event. Maybe we can do this, right? And then that would be a box dine any event, right? Actually, this shouldn't be event. This should be handler, right? And that should be any handler. Actually, that's also not right. Well, anyway, we call it whatever we want, right? Who cares at this point, right? So we now have an implementation of T for any event. So can we do, how do we get the let's import handlers here, right? We'll have a push function that takes a mutable reference to self and anything that implements event. I think that should be fine. I'm gonna keep calling this event, right? So self.inner.push box new event. Can we do this, right? Is Rust gonna be clever enough to let us get away with this? No. Well, actually, we just have to add this, right? Okay. So now we can take an event that has its own args and everything going for it, right? The problem is, how do we pass the args to the event, right? How do they intend to trigger an event? Okay, they already know the type of e-event. And then we're going to have args. That's going to be E args, right? But if we do this, we don't actually know about this thing, right? So what does that mean? We have a function called run, takes a mutable reference to self, takes args, which is going to be self args, right? And then any event will have an any run, and where the args will be a box dine any, right? We have to downcast the args. So here we're gonna have our args equal to args.downcast to self args, and then we'll unwrap this because that's how we roll here. right? Are you with me so far? Is anyone with me? What the fuck are you doing, man? All right, so we'll do this. This will give us the args, right? And then we can dereference this and call self.run with the args, yeah? That's fine. So now we can create different events. Did we solve it? Are we done now? Does any of this make sense? All right. That's all right, Caleb. Let's have a mouse event, right? That let's have a mouse event. So we're gonna import event for mouse, and args is gonna be a tuple of usize, right? We'll pretend that these are coordinates, right? Oh, please don't follow along, Temporis. All right, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you guys from whatever you were doing. That's clearly more important than my feelings. I think, Skylar. All right, let's have a keyboard event here as well, right? Key. We're just gonna call it key for now, and then our arc's just gonna be a car here. All right, all good. Okay, let's have the what is it, handlers, right? Let mute handlers equals, and then here we're just gonna do a print line as well, right? Key event, and then we'll do args, right? Yeah, okay, we'll get to that shortly. And then this is going to be mouse event. All right, let's go down to here. We're going to do handlers. Inner is a vec. And that's it. No, didn't want to do that. Okay. Then we start off with a mouse event. So we're going to do mouse. That's fine. And we're going to do key event. And now we're going to do handlers.push. Well, that doesn't make any sense, does it? And key. We're kind of missing a few things, right? And then to actually trigger an event for handlers, we will have... We're supposed to do some kind of lookup, right? But we're just going to take an index here. So we'll do self.inner index dot any run args, and we need to box these up now because we have to have ownership of these things, right? All right, we're just going to say that any argument has to have a static lifetime, and that's it. So we don't have to fiddle with this stuff, right? So we're just going to pass an index. So to call something now, we do handlers dot trigger, and what we're going to trigger is going to be let's trigger a mouse event. So it's the first thing we push is mouse, right? So that's going to be self. We're going to have the events, and then we're going to do index 0 for the mouse. And then 1 for the key. And then for this thing, we're going to have a tuple with some mouse coordinates. And for this thing, we're going to have a character. There we go. Right? Okay. Did we solve this now? Should we read through this code again, right? I've been trying to design an event handling system with Rust for my game server project. All right, initially use something like this. Type reactor has this thing. So we don't do the type ID thing. Should we do that? Nah, we won't bother with that yet. And handler, which is what we're doing. So they're passing in f, where f is... Oh no, they have a function. I see where I've gone wrong. So they will insert a closure, the text there. Everybody wants an event bus. How you doing, Pepper? Let's have a look if they have some actual main code in here that runs. Not really. So I think that's going to be the problem. Not to mention that the args is kind of meaningless to pass to something if you don't have an instance that you're operating on, right? But that's, I guess that's beside the point, right? Doing well. So why would you have a function, a closure for this thing? We might be able to swing that. I'm just wondering. So this one's going to take arguments in and return arguments. That to me seems odd, but okay. Passing the packet as an argument so the handler could modify. Okay, so it takes some, it just applies modification to something. The problem again when I added references to my packets to reduce allocations and improve performance, as you can see in the code above. Okay, so they want to be able to pass a reference to something. So we're not gonna implement this for functions. Instead, we're gonna pass references to things, right? So we don't have to take ownership of them, right? So here we say that everything that we call, it's going to take a reference to args instead. But then we can't make this into an any, right? 1 second. I need a swift break here. There we go. Happy to hear it. Okay, so the reason we can't do this, the moment we do this, we can no longer create a box for the argument, right? It doesn't work. So our any run function is effectively meaningless. This thing always have to take. We could maybe do this. Then we have to do a downcast ref here. And then what do we end up with here? T-args. And that would have to be a reference to args then. There we go. Okay, I don't know if this solves their problem because they want to use functions. Let's read through this again. Which works well and was pleasant to use. Implement them for possible packet types, passing the packets and arguments, so handlers can modify. Problems began when I added references to my packets to reduce allocations and improve performance. As you can see in the code above, event is required to be static in both functions. Yeah, so cannot contain references that aren't static. And it requires static. That's for references. That's not for the type itself, right? The first option was getting the type ID for the packets when they were not static. So I solved this pretty quickly by adding another associated type. Okay, so they want to do it with type IDs. So let's go and add collections hash map to this thing, right? And that becomes a hash map, and we're gonna use any. Whoops. No, I have to hold that button in like that. Type ID, I think, is what we need. Type ID. Okay, so then we're gonna get the type ID of this thing as well, but we can't do this now, so we have to do this instead, where this thing implements event. And then the ID is going to be type ID from. Now, how do you use the type ID? We can just do this. Hello, Crispy. I'm doing all right. How are you doing? So we just called the type ID function, right? So it's going to be event or E. No, hang on. That's not right. We could call it on the event, right? Like that. And that becomes insert ID. Yeah. Then we don't need the index anymore. Instead, we can use the ID. So how do we get the type ID from... Oh, we use type ID of, right? So type ID of E. Okay, we'll see if this works. That will get mute ID, and we're gonna do an unwrap here because that's how cool we are. Then that's gonna be a hash map new. Quite good, happy to hear it. Then we don't need that, and we don't need that. And then E might not live long enough. Then let's just say you have a static bound as well. Okay, it still works. Still fine. If you run out of steam, it's time to stream. I don't know what that means, but we're going with it. So they don't have to, you don't have to do that, right? When implementing it on the packets, I could just set it to self-static. Then I could use it to get the type ID. It's already suboptimal because I could accidentally set the wrong type when implementing it and create a bug. But it seems there's no other way. So, okay, well, There is. Then another problem followed: event args containing references and making the closures not live long enough. No, event args can never contain references. You've already closed that avenue when you're saying that event args it can be made into an any, right? So you cannot. A generic to event args associated type, and then also adding no. This does not solve the problem. Let's see what they're doing. So so the args can never be made into any, right? With this, you can have reference to the args, but you cannot. How's it going, Rithel? You can have reference to the args, but you cannot have references on the args. Let's see what they're doing here then. So we can't have this any run function. If we were to do that, then we would need event here, and if we do this, then we lost the object safety of this thing, right? So we can't do that. Sounds like fun. Okay, so let's see what they're actually doing for. Okay, maybe they're getting the event before. So this any run, maybe this isn't even used anywhere. So we could downcast here instead then, right? Okay, maybe we can do that, and then we don't need that constraint, right? Well, we're gonna have to downcast mute on this thing to E. Why would that not work? I get that we can't do this. But downcast ref and downcast mute should work. This is a mutable. So what if we did this? That is now, well, it's still a box dine. Oh, it's dine any event. All right, you fiddlestick. So let's have a function called downcast here. No, we can't. But we can do this. Yeah. There we go. So we can do to any mute. We can get rid of that function. I think we solved this now. Yeah. So now we have a mutable reference to the event handler. So we can do handler.run args. Yeah. Fiddlesticks. Spelling. Okay, so we don't need this any run business. No. And this works? Yeah, it does. Hot damn. Then we can have events that contains lifetimes, right? Can we get rid of that? Yeah, we can. Well, we can do this. Then we can we just pass an anonymous lifetime here? We can. Okay. So let's do a struct that contains references for one of these things, right? So I'm going to import event for misc. Type args. So for this one, we're gonna call run with a string size, right? So let's push some misc, and then here we're gonna make sure that we don't actually have a static string. Right. So this is not gonna take that. Can we get rid of the... Now, will this work? Yes. So we can pass in own types. We can pass in own types and references to things. This isn't bad. We are making use of type erasure here. Now, this doesn't actually help this person, though. We just made our own thing, which has nothing to do with theirs. But we got rid of the static stuff here. The only thing that we have is the event itself. Cannot have any references that aren't static. And that kind of makes sense, right? That makes sense. I just said it sounds static, and then I could use that to get the type ID. It was already suboptimal because it could accidentally set the wrong type when implementing it and create a bug. There's no other way. Then another problem followed: event args containing references and making the closures not live long enough. With the help of the Rust community Discord, I imagine got it somewhat work by adding a generic to args. Okay, so they're basically a generic associated type, right? Also type, and then also adding this could have been phantom data. As an additional argument to the closures, the compiler would know that there's always a reference. In lifetime A, pass the closure, the function look like this now. So F is something that takes a reference to a function. And then E args. And it returns E args plus static. That seems odd to me to have. reaction as. All right. It's already very ugly and hard to read, but as long as it's working in sound, I don't mind. Unfortunately, I've been unable to just prettify this API on the surface level to make it at least resemble what I had first. With this, my calls would have to look like this as compared to what I had before. I've tried to make wrapper functions for these and make it nicer, but it seems I only succeeded with the run function, but I just can't figure out how to improve the situation on add handler for the life of me. Here's what I have right now. The whole situation is very hard for me to understand because e-event just acts like an ID for event. It has a little to do with the closures, except for specifying the type of the argument they have. In many cases, the type that implements event is never even being constructed. Is it even possible to do what I want? Someone says use nectar library, not helpful. I also don't mind using unsafe and transmuting stuff. You know, I got this working by erasing type with transmute, but mirrors showed it contained undefined behavior with a cryptic stacked borrow retag. That's a familiar one. They just couldn't even begin to grasp. Yeah. So I think this is kind of interesting. I wonder, was this the last one, right? Let's pop this open again. Let's see what they have, right? So we can just add the bound here, right? Does this build? Hello? Oh, idiot, you have to push the button, right? No? Try this again. Okay. So maybe we'll rewrite this thing then. My packet event for my packet. So I kind of feel like first of all, this doesn't work. You've already said the event has a static lifetime bound. So you can't have references there. Okay, we can do run. Although they still managed to. I don't know how. Oh, right. So, okay, they're doing this to have a static version of self. Right. Now I understand why they do this. That is so quirky. So they want to be able to have references on the things that they use for the events. That's kind of weird though, isn't it? Can we do that? I get why they're doing that then. So if we're going to have another event, lifetime misc. Let's just put this on the key sharp or on the mouse, right? But then let's have a button being a reference to a string. I guess there can be a string slice. Then we're good there. But then that's registering the event, right? So here we would say static, but that's not using the instance of it, right? Okay, AZ. Wow, that's kind of, I want this to be simpler, something like my packet. Yeah. We haven't even gotten to do the the thing, right? So maybe we don't do it this way. Maybe we do it this way. So this says that we have an instance that we insert, but we don't really want an instance of this. We just want the handler for this. So I guess we could call this handler of E, right? So we make a new type then that just contains this. Right? And that's our phantom data of E. So we don't really do anything with this, right? And then we can implement default for this guy. No problem there, right? So that would be type ID of E. And then there's the handler. So that's not a die in any event. This is now a handler of shit. How do we specify it? So that was any event. So we need like an any handler then. And then we're going to implement any handler for handler E, where E is an event, right? So then what we're actually storing in here is not any event, it's an any handler. Oh my god, what is this crazy? Then can we get rid of this lifetime bound for now? Alright, so we need to get rid of a lot of code for now to get this into a working state. So we are going to pass the args. We also need to pass... But then that doesn't make any sense. Is the handler just a function that describes what it should do with the args and then return said args, which doesn't make any sense. What is it that is doing then? This is just operating on the args and then return them, but why are we not taking ownership of the args? So if this is for a game engine, I would imagine that this would be an event that is associated with the world that is called. But okay. We really just want, before we jump into the whole function thing, we just want something that can use these args, right? So any handler for handler E. We don't... We might not have to line up the arcs, do we? So we're gonna get the handler. If we take this out, this doesn't do anything. E may not live long enough. Do we have... Okay, so E has to be static. Really? For this? Okay, we throw that in there for good measure then. So this is going to give us an any handler. So this can become a handler. What if we store the function on there? Well, we'll do this bit by bit, right? So we're going to take this thing, the any handler. That's just going to return a reference to self here, right? This requires that E is static, though. That's bollocks. So now the handler can be a to any mute, and we can downcast this thing to a handler E. So now this thing is this now. Well, that's not an import block though, is it? Right, so what can we do with the handler, right? We're supposed to call this with e-args and return e-args though. Although the returning of the e-args, that seems a bit redundant to me. We'll skip that for now. Oh. It would be really funny if the person who wrote the post was in the chat now. But let's see if we can come up with a solution to this problem though. So this gives us the handler. So we could call this with our args if we wanted to. Although technically, this thing requires that E is now static, right? No, it's just that E has no static references. That's what it requires. So that's not an issue. So we could still call the run function on this. Can we sneak a closure onto the handler then? So if we put another type on here, where we say that this is an FN mute that takes E args. I don't know if we're allowed to use an anonymous type there. Hello, handler 2. Why is that wrong? Associated type args not found for E. All right, yeah, so we have to say that E is an event. And then we're just going to have Earth in there. But I don't think we can do simply that. This is certainly getting out of hand, isn't it? Meow. It's the only answer to this. Meow. All right, okay, enough of that. Well, we got that out of the system. Well, can we do an any handler 2 for this now? Do we need to do this maybe? Now, I don't know if we can. Wow, welcome to the noise, right? Oh, shit. Well, this thing can have a static attached to it. Wow, this could actually work, maybe. So we can get an event handler 2, where we have the function. Then all we have to do is strip out the surrounding code, right? All right. Well, sometimes you have to go on a mewling spree. So can we change this to any handler 2 then? Then we have to set up this as a where clause, and we're just going to copy this. We kind of can, can't we? No, I want to copy this. Thank you. Okay, wait, what? Cannot find F. You can now. Okay, so we said that handler 2 has the F on there, right? Well, technically we don't need the phantom data anymore, I think. Well, okay, we do. Damn you, Phantom Menace. Not to be confused with Phantom Dennis, who's just not into it. Okay. So trigger gets us the... Is this a handler 2 now? No, it isn't. Because... Wait, it should be... No, it isn't, because I have not used the number 2 there. Okay, can we do handler 1? Args now? Fiddlesticks. Oh no, it's expecting a reference to it. Holy! Okay. I think we got this. I think we got this. Wait, what are you crying about? Expected? Where do you expect that? There it is. Yeah, but the same thing's gonna be true for this guy. Okay. Hello, Scott. How you doing? I took someone else's problem and I decided to adopt it as my own. And I've been working through it the way I would solve this problem to get to where they want to go. We're not quite where they want to be yet, but we're heading in that direction. So the next thing is that they wanted a nicer API for this thing. So we're gonna do away with our main up here, and we're gonna And then we're gonna do this. Okay. Now we're gonna push a handler to this thing, not just the mouse. So we'll do a handler 2 with some phantom data. And then here we're gonna have something that takes args and... Well, why don't we print out the args in all this debugging glory? This is supposed to be mouse, I think. Well, we don't have the mouse yet because we sort of haven't kind of not done this. But hang on, what do you need? Event and that. No, we have to be able to infer the type, otherwise we're when it comes to this. If we can't infer the type, then there's no winners in this game. Okay. Let's read through the code. So E is an event, and F is something that takes this event, right? Do we need F to be here? We kind of do. So 2N is going to return self. Can we do this part without struggle? We just can't do this because this is a dine any. And without F here, we don't know what it is. We need somehow to be able to say what is F, but we can't do the downcast because we have no... We don't know what that is, right? How did they downcast anything? Or do they have a specific... Let's just look for the word downcast. Oh, they do this. They actually specify what the type is. Well, that's interesting. See some higher ranked trait bounds in play here. We don't need that part, right? That part can go. We just need this. But the type system cannot infer this. So even if we say F here, that doesn't quite help us. When we get to actually trigger this thing, this is where we have to say what this thing is. And we can't give this a type here. We don't know what this is, right? We are storing this as a box on the handler too, right? No, we don't. Okay, actually, we can do that then. So we can just say that this is a box-dine function then. Like this. Then we can get rid of f from here. Yes, this means we have to box it up, but at least we don't have to care that much. That's what we're missing. Then we cannot have an anonymous lifetime here. Damn. Okay. Then no associated types. Okay, then we can get back to saying a reference to args, right? We could do that. So everything is a reference and args do not have. Unless we can say where no, we can't do this. This would be absolutely bananas. We have no way of specifying this thing. This guy cannot have a lifetime associated with it. Can we specify that as part of... can we do this? Yes. Okay. Well then, and let's get rid of this. No, we got rid of that. We can get rid of F, right? There is no F. There is no F. Anywhere. Fiddlesticks. Oh, debug. All right, well, a pox on you. Nobody cares about that. And then default doesn't work either. What are you talking about? How can arguments to this be wrong? Ah, right. Okay, you being a silly ninny about it. Okay, so do I have to box this here? We can make a solution to that, all right? That's just syntax. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, will this actually print out the mouse, right? Magic mouse arg time. Yeah, okay. So we don't actually need an event implementation for the mouse, I don't think. Well, we do because we need to know what the type is, but we don't need the run function, right? We just need to associate the args with it. Okay, then. Right. So let's keep stripping away the things that we don't actually need here. So now we're supposed to make this just a closure, right? So we need to get rid of the handler part of this. So whatever we're pushing is not a handler, but the function. And this is going to get a little bit particular. Can we now make this impl fn mute, pass in the args, what if some lunatic wants to pass arcs with multiple lifetimes? They are in for a treat then. Where the lifetimes just have to outlive the function, right? So you don't actually need to have more than one lifetime, right? Your knife is too dull. Sharpen your knife and you will have less onion juice in your eye. I've heard that you can keep water running where you cut your onion, but I think that's bullshit. I'm very large. I'm a very large individual. Okay, so now we're gonna change this to be a... Now we're gonna change this to be a dine. I guess we could make a handler here, couldn't we? No. Okay, so this thing itself needs to have a static lifetime. That is not a problem. Can we now insert the handler? So could we now push this? No, we don't need that. Yeah. Okay, I think we got it. This is what they asked for, right? They wanted to be able to do this, but but wait, there is more. We're gonna have, let's have Misk in there as well, right? Because who doesn't love Misk, right? I remember this one person had Misk on. Oh, forget it, I bored myself. All right. Fiddlesticks. Missed. Misk, you fool. Misk. FN once is not general enough. Ooh, okay, hang on. This might actually be an error here as well, right? No? Wait, why is this thing a problem? Closure with signature function stir must implement fn1 stir for some specific lifetime of serial, but it actually implements fn1's 1 for some specific lifetime of 1. Is this the same issue if we change this to key? It is not. So the key is probably also fine, yeah? Yes. But this one is not. Why is this thing a problem? We can get around this by simply always taking a reference, right? But that is not what they were looking for, if I remember correctly. They want to be able to take e-args with a generic lifetime of B. What? All right, we can get rid of a lot of this stuff shortly. But why is it saying fn1s here? Wait. Am I maybe making a mistake here? I think I am. And I think maybe this is the mistake? Yeah, suck it, box bastard. All right, hang on. It might not be the mistake, but at least this is cleaning things up quite a bit. Yes. Okay. Now, can we call this thing? Yeah. All right. I didn't actually intend to do this, but we're going to help someone on Discord today. Okay. Can we get rid of this thing now? Can we get rid of this thing? Can we get rid of this thing? Actually, no, we need the event. Yeah, someone on Reddit posted about this, and I think we're gonna be able to help them. Fiddlesticks. Actually, we're not there yet. We still need the handler too, but I think we can do away with this thing. Well, first of all, we're gonna rename this to handler. Right, I think we can get rid of this one first, and then we can change this one to just handler, and then this one to just handler. That's very cool. Oh man, I thought this was going to be a wall of text again, but no. Very cool, Temporis. Well done. See, it's nice when you can be productive while someone else is streaming, isn't it? Mate. Okay, so we have this handler thing, this any handler, and I wonder if we can get rid of this thing. So they just store dine any in here, which means they have to do all this crap. I think maybe we can improve on this thing, all right? To not need the any handler. And then we have to annotate this and explain how this works, right? Thank you for the follow. All right, so we're ending up with this thing to any mute for the handler. And I think that sort of is what saves us, right? We need something to associate the function closure with. We need this thing so we can call to any mute, right? Without this, the downcasting is going to be a bit sorted. Oui. I don't know if we can get rid of the handler here. I think we need this thing for our casting. Without this, we would... Okay, let's make a second version of this. And we'll make this into handlers 2 here. And this one's going to be a box dine what? No, I don't think we can, right? So on the handler, we're storing that. Let's get rid of that thing. I think we've stuck with this thing. We can't do much about this because we need to know the type. Which is why they have to do this bizarre casting here. Right? Should we try their code? So we box this up on the handler. We can't just use F here, right? We can't use F here because we can't express this, the lifetime. That's why. Unless we can. Okay, maybe we can do this. So we don't actually box that up. So right, what if we do this now? Yeah. Okay. That's better, because then we're not actually double boxing, okay? No boxing for you. Does this run? No. That's because we don't know what that type is. We don't know what to put there. So that's okay. That's why we need the boxing. Okay. All right, no handler 2 for you, handler. Because we don't know what that is. Okay. Well, so now we can do this by just pushing a type, and we create the handler. Could we push it for a type where we so they have to do this awkward casting here to downcast that. Could we store that and kind of follow what they got going on? So that's going to be a box dine. No, how do you specify the type of the argument? Then okay, that's what they call react. So that's just a dine any. Oh, so they're boxing this thing and storing that. And then they're just running that, okay? Which will panic the moment you put something else in there. But okay. And they're reassigning the arguments. Okay, so you could chain things and blah, blah, blah. Cool. But probably not their intent. So I guess we could do this. We could just store this thing in there. So we have a box dine any that we have to downcast that. Right? And then we're going to have a push 2, which is similar to push, but it's going to push the second one. Type ID self.inner2.insert ID. And then the handler is this thing, but we never create the handler out of there. And that works. What about trigger 2 then? Can we do that? So we're going to get that. We're going to get this thing. And then this is going to be a dine any at this point, right? No. There we go, right? This is a dine any now. So we can just do a downcast mute 2. A box dine for A, because damn well do we need a lifetime in there. FN mute E args A. Wait, I'm missing one. Wait, what? Cannot borrow handlers mutable. It's behind the reference. Ah, right. No, it isn't. Sorry. How embarrassing. Okay. Hello, D3. How you going? Whew, okay, so we can now do away with push and trigger. So we can go to push 2 and trigger 2. So we get rid of the handler type. So we want to call trigger 2 on the mouse. Bollocks. Why did that not work? Because we never called push 2, did we? Yeah, we did call push 2. Okay, we're gonna move push and trigger out of here. So we can move them up here. And then we're gonna comment these out. Well, this is supposed to be 2 now. So we're failing to downcast something. So this is a handler that we box. So we can't downcast that. Idiot warning, isn't it? No, that was not it. Okay, why is that a problem? All right, if we only store one thing in there, the mouse, nothing else. We're using inner 2 for this. Let's get rid of inner 1 then. And it still fails. So we're failing to downcast this thing into a box down. But that's what we have in there, right? Okay, let's see if this is down to us having to use box down here. No, you're not expecting a not trait here, are you? Not a trait. Sure you are. All right, let's see what they did in terms of adding. Okay, they just do that instead of an impul. And then I don't know if you can do this. We need to add static to this thing. So it's gonna look better with what we have. Fill on the stick, right? We're inserting a new handler. So we have for any lifetime of A, E args A. Not seeing it. So this clearly is something. Like this part we do, right? Yeah. It's this part that fails. Alright, should we... It's weird that they don't have to have mutable there, but who cares, right? None of that changes anything. I wonder if we could just make this into a box then. And get rid of F here. Then we certainly don't need to box this thing. Nope. Expected trait any. Let's just make some syntax up, right? Doesn't function. Okay. Now that's really bad. This is really bad. We're not gonna do this. No, this is just going from one level of stupid to another. We do have to have the mouse though. I think we're good, right? I think we had an amicable solution to this with this, where we store the handler to wrap the data. But I want to know how they managed to do this then. So F is this. Maybe they don't. I tried to make a wrapper. No, hang on. They do. This does work, right? Yeah, this does work. Wait, where's the person's name? Okay. Okay, that's literally their name. Okay. I thought it was a date stamp. Look at me being all clever on the interwebs. All right. I do think that maybe the handler function or the handler wrapper is better in this case because we get a much nicer interface doing it this way. But I was wondering if we could get rid of the actual handler for this. So according to their code, they can have an additional type in here. But this thing is failing. We get the dyn any and then we try to downcast this, but that is actually failing. What is the type of this thing? It is a box dyn any. And it's nicer to have the handler, that's for sure. Well, ish. Nicer-ish. But clearly their code compiles, and I want to see that happening. So handler is F, where F is this monarchy. Let's see what their handler is. Well, they don't have a mutable reference to this thing, and I'm guessing that's kind of what you want. But okay, let's follow suit here, right? Let's get rid of the mutable aspect of this thing. And the same thing here. I doubt that's the issue. This whole thing, well, we don't have the static though. Can we even express that? That's what we're supposed to have in here. Okay, so handler is an instance of f, which is just this. So that's fine. It means that we need the anonymous type though, which is kind of beans. How come we cannot... that's a box-down any, yeah? And how's that any different from what they have here? A box-down any? Man, we can get rid of this part as well. We can get rid of a lot of these things. I just don't get how they can do this. What's the second argument there? Oh, it's this thing. Okay. The only difference I see is that they're using FN instead of FN mute. Why would you have to do is box down any? That to me seems redundant. Man, Playground is being really flaky today. Right, okay, yeah, so that's redundant. We don't need that. But how come this is compiling and our version is not? It can't be because of this thing, right? So we're going to change this to phantom data. Wait, do we even need that? Try to go to definition. I don't think that we should need that. That should not be necessary. Binding for the associated expected F and blah blah. Okay, no, we're gonna get rid of that whole thing, right? All right, so it's trying to do a regex search there. See where I went wrong. Okay. Hello, Chan. How you doing? Very nice. Very nice, Chan. That's very cool. Good work. Very good. Are you going to post these findings somewhere so we can read them once you're done? Nice. I wonder where this output is coming from. Oh, because of this? Oh my goodness, Cretaceous. How many of these outputs are there? Oh my goodness. I'm trying to figure out how we can get this working. Okay, here's another one. I do feel like we have a simpler version than this. My hairy uncle, where is this freaking A now? We got rid of all of them. There are no return types with A as the lifetime. Okay, so if we want to add an output to this thing, which I didn't even consider. Okay, let's get push 1 working. Let's get rid of this thing for now. Let's just bring this back in because this is working for us. Right? And then we're going to say, what? Where is our handler? So according to the strife, it should be a problem now. Really? And we can't use an anonymous lifetime here. Shit. How would we express this? Hello, Musean. How you doing, buddy? I just latched onto someone's Reddit problem and decided to tackle that instead. But apparently, you can't use higher rank trait bounds for output arguments here. That to me looks a bit weird. Not currently. But that seems a little bit silly, doesn't it? I mean, we could... I guess that's why they have something with a static lifetime as an input here. Just to use that, right? Could maybe add a higher rank trait bound to that associated type. How? We have, oh right, just here. Okay, let's have a look at higher rank trait bounds in associated types. Man, I don't even know what the syntax for this is. Oh, right, so okay, the old thing, which I wonder where that went. Like that. No, it's where like that, right? Then we can get rid of this phantom data. No. Not really. You can use 4T as well. Like that. No, isn't this already implying 4T? But it's not working here. We can just solve this with phantom data, but that would shrink this lifetime, wouldn't it? If we... No, not if we always pass in static. If we always pass in static, it wouldn't. Why can't handler? Because we use any handler. And that means that the handler could only have a static lifetime. We're doing this old tidbit. But now we're saying that this lifetime is always static. Right? So whatever A is, when we get to this point, it has to be static. Yeah. So we can't do that. The person who originally posted about this, asking for help, they added something that takes a lifetime in here. So I'm thinking maybe we do that. But then we have to pass the phantom data in there as well, and that's kind of dumbass. There's no part of this that isn't going to be gross because of the return type. Yeah. Sure are, D3. Hello, ITS. Morning to you. Yeah, the phantom data here kind of sucks. And then we don't have that. So what they did is they did this. And I see why they did this now, but that is also gross. So that means that we need to have that there, and then this thing has to return eargs. Oh, damn. Hello, Zeta Boffin. How you going? So if we do this, then we can use higher rank trait bounds here and say 4A, and then drop this stuff here. But I do think that is not... I think that's going to be back to having 2 arguments here. So now we can do this, but again, higher rank trait bounds doesn't work in this context. Yeah, and we can't. All right, and then this thing, because it's gross, right? Yeah, but this is not cool. All right, it's shorter than what they have, but I don't get this. All right. Well, that has to have the lifetime on it. This one is easy enough. Hello, yeah, how you doing? Okay, so this means adding these two, and I think that's gross. There's gotta be a way of having higher rank trait bonds in return types, right? Having the closure wrap the return type in a new type fixes the issue. I don't know if this is the solution. You can also use GATs to simplify the implementation. Okay, let's look at the new answer then. Oh, no, this is the old answer. It's because we have a lifetime there. So this, how can this compile? That surely must have a lifetime annotation. No, it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't, but I would have thought it does. Oh, no, we have the lifetime there. Ship. We want it on the function. Okay. So I don't think this covers it, right? We can write the following code to try. Okay, fine. This one. See, here they have a reference. Here they're attaching the lifetime here, right? Even though we're doing that, but we're not doing it on the input args though. And I guess that's where the problem is, right? We're not using, if we change this to look like this, then it wouldn't be a problem, right? But now we're changing this type entirely. And according to, I mean, we could just say take a mutable reference and get on with it, right? That could sort of work. All right, we don't want two arguments on this thing. I think it's too dumbassery, okay? You can run having a high rank trait on the output type by implementing a trait to be generic over the output lifetime. Okay, hang on to that thought then. Let's see. All right, so we did this. All right. Really? Now he wants a reference to it. Okay, forget that. All right, let's have a look at your suggestion. Not so much these days, Temporis, but there certainly was a time when that was a daily occurrence. Let's undo all this and see if we can figure out what it is that you mean. You can get around to having a high rank trait bound on the output type by implementing a trait to be generic over the output lifetime. So what am I implementing that trait for? Saying that the output has to implement a trait that is generic over the lifetime. So we add a lifetime bound on our output. Like something here that is generic over that. If this works, I'll eat my hand. Nah, use of undeclared lifetime. Alright, I don't know what you meant then. The thing is, I don't think the person who's actually looking for a solution is going to end up wanting to return the args, right? But you could have just used a mutable reference because you're not changing the type. But who are we to say that now? Okay, and we can't have an anonymous lifetime here. So so this one is solving it by taking a reference in and having a reference out. So this one is silly, right? The lifetime we care about can't be named until we enter the body of call. Also, that isn't some flexible lifetime. Call works with any lifetime self happens to have at that point. This job requires the magic of high rank trait bounds. The way we desugar this is as follows, where for f blah. And again, this works because of this thing. If you took this out, this thing would collapse like a house of cards, a filthy house of cards. Alternatively, so there's no difference between these two as far as I know. For all choices of A, and basically produce an infinite list of trait bounds that F must satisfy. There aren't many places outside of the function trait where we encounter high rank trait bounds, and even for those we have a nice magic sugar for the common cases. In summary, we can write the original code more explicit as. But they're not actually saying that you can't have that on return types, on outputs. So let's go somewhere else. Let's say that we have a trait called TR, and it has an associated type called out with a lifetime of A. It has a function that does something that is generic over A, takes a reference to self, and it's going to take the output as an input, but it's going to be self output, not a reference. And it's going to return, it's going to pass this on, right? So this would be relevant if you're doing functions that can chain to the outputs, right? So you can change do it for one to another. Okay, so this is possible to express according to this, but can we actually use this now? So we're gonna have a struct called s, because that's how far and wide my imagination is. We're going to impl tr for s. All right, so we're gonna say that this thing is now string slice. And we're going to return the input. Okay, this works. Why does this work? I guess it's because we have the lifetime there. But we're supposed to use a closure. So we could get rid of the closure. We could propose an alternative solution where we ditch the closure maybe. And just store it on this type. So what did we do here? We stored, oh no, that's work looking thing. Get out of here. What are we trying to do? Return values using higher rank trait bounds. So we have an event here. And we have an any handler here. And then we have a handler where we store this thing. So I guess what we could do, I think I know what we can do here. Let's do this. Let's have the event type there. And then we're going to have the function here. Yes, this is an event system, which I don't know anything about. Obviously. How you doing, Jay? How you doing? So we can't do this. Could we implement something for the handler that would make this possible? Well, no, we have to store the function, so that's not gonna work. So this would be akin to doing something with well, call it handler then, shall we? Nice. Breakfast sounds pretty good. This is going to be a function that takes as an input oh no, we have to be generic over t, where t implements tr, right? So the arg should be tr out. So this is fine so far. Good choice. Good choice. When this stops being fine if we do this. Binding for associated types output reference life to A, which does not appear in the trait input type. But the handler can only have static lifetimes. All this can be solved with that. And the thing is, I kind of understand the issue, All right. When you have a function with an input lifetime, that's the only way you can have a function with an output lifetime that isn't static. The only other way we can do this is by this, right? If we were to explore this from a functions perspective, right, then it becomes something like this, right? Right? This is fine. What if this thing wasn't an input, a reference, right? If this is not a reference, which is kind of what we're saying, although technically not really, we're doing this, right? Struct X has a lifetime of A, which we're just gonna attach to something here. So this should be fine. No. Oh, sorry. That's fine, though. Then I'm calling bullshit on Rust. Rust, you're doing bullshit. Stop doing bullshit, Rust. Come on, man. Come on, sort it out, yeah? And this one could possibly even be anonymous. Yeah. But we can't express that here, right? If we try to say magic anonymous lifetime here, Rust is just gonna nope out on us. Since we can't do this, I think that Rust is being a silly ninny and needs to sort itself out here. Why can't we do this? Why is this not possible? Should we ask ChatGPT? All right. Let's do it. Let's ask, why is this code not compiling? If ChatGPT can reason about higher rank trait bounds, then we're good, right? We just need to get here. Why does the following code not work? Has a few issues related to Rust type system and the way lifetimes are handled, particularly with the use of associated types and trait objects. Let's break down the problem. Trait objects with associated types. The handler struct is trying to use trait object blah, where T is an associated type that depends on lifetime A. Hang on, didn't I have for any A? Oh, you just got rid of that. Okay, thanks. ChatGPT is like, you don't need that. Get on with it. The compiler needs to know exactly what type at compile time, but the lifetime A is not known until runtime. That's not even true. Lifetime parameters and trait objects. The dyn fn trait does not allow for lifetime parameters to be part of the trait directly. You would need to specify the lifetime explicitly in the trait object. To fix the issue, you can use a different approach. Use common solution. The one common solution is to use a generic struct instead of a trait object. Here's a modified version of your code that should work. Okay. Trait has a doit function. So you've attached the lifetime on the function, right? Oh, no, wait. We already have that. Okay. So trait for S implements do. It's just going to return the input. That's still the same thing as we did. So far, the code is the same as we have, right? Use a generic struct instead of a trait object. So struct handler tr. All right. So you can't do this, right? Because we can't have handler. Well, I mean, we could, because we can erase that. Oh shit, I forgot to text him yesterday. Oh man, I gotta text the dude. Let me put a reminder on. I forgot to text someone yesterday. Add come on, text. Keep. And when should we do this? We can do this in a couple of hours. Next and today. Done. Save. There we go. So handler tier had a new function box down blah. No. Well, okay, yes, you can do that. Handler func. The handler struct now uses generic type parameter t and a boxed function that takes t out as an argument. The handler struct is now able to store a function that can be called with appropriate lifetime. The call method adds a handler to invoke. Okay, so let's see where this differs, right? So we have struct handler t over tr, right? Generic over tr. And the function is a box blah plus static. Box dine. Well, okay, they skipped. No, they have that there now. We do need to add the static thing there, right? Why is Rust not complaining about that? So that should have a requirement of static lifetime bound there. All right. Anyway, let's have a look at this thing. So their choice of change was that. Okay, so now it's the same. I'll look in a bit. I want to try to solve it myself first. First I want to see what this guy is doing, or what this thing's doing. So this is already incorrect, right? The only difference that has been done here is naming this thing, right? So why is that would have to look like that, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I am, D3. Well, I wouldn't say someone else's bad code. Someone posted a question some time ago, and I have nothing else to do today, so I thought, why don't I try to help them with their thing instead? So this isn't even valid Rust. Oh, the new function returns that. What? Hang on. This might be. Yeah. No, this is fine. This is on me. Yeah. That's on me. So I'm trying to follow along here then, right? So we have a handler. It creates a new one, but this code won't compile in itself. Even if we added this thing, that's not going to make the code compile. No, it really doesn't. So even though this is syntactically correct, it is still incorrect. So this doesn't do anything. It threw away my higher rank trait bounds and then it made some other stuff up, right? So the only difference that we got from this, from the LLM, was that the LLM named the body, right? Or made it a named field instead of anything else, right? So where's the trait? There we go, right? So okay, we're gonna say this, right? Error does not appear. Okay, we have to do cargo C here. We'll do this thing, all right? And then we're just gonna tell it to deal with it. Let's see where this goes, right? But the thing is, the main criticism I see or the main reply I get when I say that these LLMs aren't particularly good at programming, the main replies seem to be that I am not refining my answers enough. So I'm thinking we're gonna do that, right? We're gonna say that there's an error here, right? Associated type in the handler struct depends on lifetime A, but the trait TR does not have a lifetime parameter in its definition. I mean, it has in the GAT, but okay. This means that the compiler can infer how lifetime A relates to type T. To resolve this issue, you can modify the handler struct to include a lifetime parameter that is explicitly tied to associated type. Here's how you can do that. All right. So here's a trait. Here's a do it function. We don't. Okay. Oh no, hang on. I actually misread this thing. I think this thing. No, all right. I did not misread that. That was still wrong. All right. So we have the do it function. Add a lifetime parameter to the handler struct. But we can't do that, right? Okay. So, but it doesn't know that. So arguably that could have been cooking recipes. Ah, that is funny. So according to the LLM, we can do this. Then we have to get rid of this, and this should be fine. But we cannot have this, right? We can't have a lifetime on this, on the handler. So we need to get rid of that. But the LLM doesn't know that, right? So we need to do another struct here called handlers. And for this to work, we need to have a trait any handler that we can use, and we can now import any handler for handler T, where this implements TR. Okay. Scrape rust off. You don't need to use a term to define each step of a recipe. Oh, scrape off the rust. Okay, all right. All right, so we're going to have the any function here. It's going to take a reference to self, and it's going to return well, technically any mute, right? So like that. On side, this is rust. Right? Okay, so it's still gonna gripe about this thing. We can't do anything about this yet, right? And in our handlers, we're just gonna have a vec of box dine any handler, right? And we can import handlers where we can have a function called call index usize, and we're gonna have the generic of a T with T implements TR here. So our args is gonna be T out, right? And this thing's gonna return T out as well. And this, of course, have to have a lifetime. Well, I guess in this case, we can just associate the lifetime with the function here. Then that's going to have a lifetime of A. I'm going to panic in here. This thing's still griping at me. The ghoulish thing. We're going to ignore that one, right? So handler is going to be self.inner. We want to get a mutable reference to this thing. And we're just going to use index. And then handler dot to any mute. Yeah, and that's gonna be come on, man. That's gonna be a handler. So this thing will now be a dine any, and then we're gonna cast this handler downcast mutably to some type. We're gonna unwrap that because that's how we roll, and then that's gonna be our callback or our event, whatever, right? And then we're gonna call this thing with args. We probably have to do that as well, but I don't know for sure. All right. Okay, so then, stop complaining, Rust, you fool. All right, so here we have to downcast this to something. So this is gonna be downcast to a handler generic over T. So there we go, right? Now, if we do this, it's gonna look a little bit better. But then we can't have that. That's all. Okay, right. So then that's gonna be our inner function, right? That's fine. Whoops. We're just gonna put a static lifetime bound on T, so that is a non-issue. The same thing happens here. As a matter of fact, then we can just say that this thing has a static lifetime bound, right? So we don't have to fart around with that noise, right? Okay. Now, the thing that we're missing is to be able to do this, okay? This is where this thing falls short, okay? So we have one error here now. And according to ChatGPT, let's see if we can swing this then, right? We'll do a new one. Can we get a new chat? All right. Can you make this code suck less? No. How can we have a lifetime on the return argument here? Actually, that's too vague. How can we have a lifetime on the... What is it that we have? We have an associated type. We have an associated type T out that cannot have a lifetime because there's no returning T out. There we go, right? How can we return T out A in this code? Is that sufficient given the errors, right? You need to adjust the method string to include a return type. No. That's not at all what we need. It's the handler that's the problem. Okay, so all right. That was pretty bad of me, right? That was pretty bad of me to give it that. To include the return. Additionally, you need to ensure that the return type is correctly inferred from the closure you're calling here, so you can modify the call method. Okay, so handlers call. Okay, right. Well, okay. So come on. There we go, right? Okay, so fine. Have at it then, right? Here's the updated code, right? Here is the updated code. The issue is with the, and what do we call that thing, right? With the handler. With the handler where we can't. Here the issue is with the handler. Okay, let's see if that's sufficient. The issue in your updated code is the call method on the handler struct does not return a value. No, but it does. Oh, okay, right. Fine. Damn you, ChatGPT. All right. Now it returns. All right. Here is the updated code. Now, get to the point, right? Your update looks mostly correct, but there are a couple of things to clarify and ensure that it works as intended. The call method in the handler struct is designed to invoke a closure stored in the handler and return the result. Here's the complete code with some minor adjustment and clarification. Okay, right. Let's see. Minor adjustment and clarifications. What adjustments did you do? The problem is still there. This trait defines an associated type out and a method do it that takes the input type and returns the same type. Struct S implements the TR trait where out is defined as a stir. Struct handler. This struct holds a box closure that takes an argument of type and returns the same type. Yeah, why are you explaining my code to me? Okay. This trait provides a method to return a mutable reference to a dyne any, allowing for downcasting. This struct contains a vector boxed any handler. This method retrieves handlers from vector downcast. Okay, wow, really, really useful. Thank you. You've described my own code to me. Okay, that's super useful. This is this is not fixing anything. What adjustments did you make? Call the closure and return result. I'm sorry, what? We are calling the closure and returning the result. This is... Does anyone have access to an actual good LLM-like thing that we can use? We'll do this thing, right? Can you fix my shit? Oops. Ducar appears to be a Rust implementation of a trait-based dynamic dispatch system. Here's the corrected version. Okay. All right. Well, then there's nothing corrected about this. Removed. What? There was no double imports of any. It's just making things up. Yeah, but it's funny. Remove the extra... Oh, right. These are the main changes. Remove extra new lines. Okay. See, I thought the problem was syntactical, but it was an aesthetic problem instead. So by removing these extra new lines, the code should now compile without any issue. The certainty. There, I fixed it for you. It should now compile without any issue. Here are your issues. All these new line characters, right? These 4 steps. Oh, remove the extra stud dyne any. Where is that? Where is this extra stud dyne any? I am looking for it, but I don't see it. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is just straight up wrong. Let's try this thing then. Fix this code. Oops. We need the code as well. You place your hands incorrectly on the keyboard and all hell will break loose. The issue with the provided code is that it's trying to downcast a trait object to a specific type inside the generic function. No, that's not the issue. This is not allowed in Rust. I mean, at least this is funny. Because the type T is not known at compile time. Sorry, what? What? I think so. I think half of this, but not the rest. I would like to see an LLM that... So this one is just off its rocker, right? T is not known at compile time. Yes, it is. It really, really is, okay? Otherwise, we couldn't do monomorphization, right? Here's a revised version of the code that should work. All right, so did you fix it? No. Okay, hang on. What's the difference here? This will still not compile because Rust does not support downcasting a trait object to a specific type that is a generic type parameter. Oh my god. If you don't know Rust and you believe this stuff that you're reading, one way to solve the issue is to use a different approach, such as using an enum to represent the different types of handlers. I agree with this part, but it's not entirely random, is it? There's some way. It's weighted random, okay? It's weighted random. Here's an example of how you could use an enum to represent different types of handlers. Okay. Where is the enum? Draw an ASCII cat for me. Draw an ASCII cat that is drinking a soda for me. Holy shit, that is so good. Draw an ASCII cat that is drinking a soda and driving a car for me. I'm sorry, John. Vroom. No, I asked it once to draw a bunny and it drew something heinous that I never want to see again. Draw an ASCII person that is happy, but also a bit concerned about their financial situation because their wife is fiscally irresponsible. Hang on. Shit. You see nothing. Beep boop. All right. Let's do this thing. Fix this code. No way. You see nothing. The code you provided is almost correct, but it's a small issue with the downcast mute method call. The downcast mute being called on the result of any mute method, which returns a dyn any reference, but it should be called on the handler variable directly. Here's the correct code. Okay. Sorry, what now? Twitch now autocompletes Twitch with... Oh, that's nice, D3. I was like, at first I thought like this is a result of an update on Twitch, but after a second or two, I understood. Okay, so I don't think you can do this, right? I mean, you saw my self-portrait in the LLM's output, right? So this is kind of interesting. So we just made the output. Okay. Look at this. Oh, my insides. Oh my god. Okay. So Mixtral is allowed to use zero size types as inputs and outputs, right? So this is using Rust with zero type in argument position, okay? This is pretty good. You guys can't do this because you don't have Mixtral Rust, okay? I believe Museum said that this thing will be solved at one point with the splat dyn with stack trait objects, stack allocated trait objects. Not in that form. Okay. So how would you express this? Which Museum you can clearly see is valid Mixtral Rust, right? Dyn splat across stack frames. All right. I am okay. Oh, and why are we doing this? Where is A even used? I don't think you can do that. Well, they can if you map them right, but I don't think that's the default. As I understand, you can create these complex chains, right? Okay, well, this is just this is. Meet my expectations. It's wrong. My expectations are low. Okay. Do all this again and do it right. Fuck off. Yeah, you can, but you really, it's a little bit like how I can make really amazing software with my child, right? Now, let me rephrase that. It's how my kid can cook really amazing food as long as someone else is in the kitchen with her, right? This analogy just insulted my kid. This doesn't work. I love that idea. That's also where I tend to go in my head when I think about the future, right? Where we have this audio interface and we work with more abstract things than programming. Whose line is it anyway, right? Okay, so we looked at this thing now. We looked at all the absolute nonsense that we have here. But these problems should be solvable, right? I mean, they should be solved. We're gonna look at museums implementation of this thing now, right? Let's put that over there. Let's see how you solve this thing, right? So something cool. All right, so anything that has a lifetime of A is not gonna work. No. So this would not work because we have a lifetime on this thing, which means we can't convert this into a die and anything, right? I think really I want to understand the problem. You don't store the call. But you gotta store something. You're gonna store some kind of handler to this thing, right? Something here needs to be stored in a collection so we can look it up. But I think I'm just gonna suggest to use a mutable reference instead. You store plain function pointer, not implemented. Now, I think I would suggest to the person to not return. Okay, we're gonna get rid of OMG lol, and we're gonna go in here. So I'm gonna suggest that you don't return something, that you instead pass this as a mutable reference, because this thing would solve the problem, right? It would be something that gets out of your way. That would be really nice. But can you imagine giving voice to the tragedy that we just witnessed? I don't do it, Missy. I mean, unless you want to do it. I'm just gonna suggest, because this thing comes from a question that said that this was all very complicated. I want to see your solution, but I'm gonna suggest doing it this way instead. So let's get rid of the args as an output. Where is the handler? Wait, what? Expected function. Oh yeah, no, we don't have that anymore. Yeah, we do have that. Actually, we do have that then. All right, but it's not a tuple. All right. No, and then we do the operation on a mutable reference here. Wait, what? Why are you expecting that? Oh man, I'm not seeing it. Expect a mutable reference. Why is it becoming a reference to something? The trigger function points to a mutable reference to eargs. No. Oh man, I'm running out of steam. So this should really not be a mutable reference here. It should be whatever this is. Okay, there we go, right? So we can choose to pass in a mutable reference, but we could also pass in... Wait, why can't we pass that in then? Because this is not taking a mutable reference. So if we did this, we'd be good. Yeah. Okay. So then you choose what you want to have there, whether you want to pass in a mutable reference or not for any propagation of values. Oh, right. So type erasure hybrid. Here's an example. We have an any handler. This thing we can store in a box. We have a handler. This thing we cannot store in a box because this thing is generic over E, which means that you can have effectively two different types of handlers, right? So if I had a struct of handlers in here, then I would have to have a vec of box. Actually, we can't even do that, right? If I have a vec of handler here, then I need to put a value there. So I can't store different handlers in here. Right? I would have to do something like this. Right? Alright. And event here. This works, but now I can only store handlers that are generic over the same event, right? But if I erase the type, then I can store a box dine any handler in here. And then we don't need this. So we can have different kinds of handlers. Does that make sense, hybrid? This would be the foundation for things like the widgets in Anathema, because you have different kinds of widgets. Using an any trait for type erasure is kind of hand wavy. In what sense? More like hiding object unsafe methods. As opposed to what? Then I didn't understand what you meant. What does erasing non-object safe stuff in traits mean then? But how is that any different then? Is there only one handler then? No, you can have multiple handlers this way, right? So to elaborate on that, in this case, we have the mouse handler. We can also have the key handler and the misc handler. And we can push these two now. Actually, no, we can't push these two. There we go. But we can call these two now. We already have that one. There we go, right? I don't know. I feel like that kind of just follows suit with the rest of the stuff. If you, but that's what we're doing here. We are just forwarding the function. No, we took that out. We took that out. So we don't forward any functions here. We had a call function, but we don't forward any of that. But the principle is still the same. You're going to implement this generic thing for any instance of T where T implements the type you're erasing, right? So to have a forward for a handler, most erase traits don't need any. No, that's only if you're gonna downcast it to something, right? But you wouldn't be able to have a generic function on the any handler in this case for the call that you could forward, right? Because that makes the object not object safe, right? So if you did this, what do we call this? Args, right? Well, let's chuck that in there, right? If you did this, then you've lost the object safety of this thing, right? So this wouldn't be possible. Right, we would have to put it here. So now you can't do this, right? Yeah, so you'd need the call function on the handler itself, not on the any handler. So you'd have to have a function that is an any call, and then here that would have to be something. Here you would have to do something like a box dine any, right? Because you need an argument. And then here in call, we could do it, right? If you name it the same method, then you have to type out all the symbols for, you have to do all the malarkey, right? And I think that is less legible, but that's a personal preference, right? So instead, if we do this, we could then do we could do a downcast of the arcs here. So arcs downcast ref, unwrap this thing because why not? And then call self.call with args, and then this call function exists on the handler instead. Event. Like that. Oh, gud vad det är. Oh my goodness, okay, that's supposed to be E. That's why it doesn't work. Now we should be able to do this without. All right, but there's not really any. In this case, this makes no sense, right? So I don't think it's hand wavy to just erase the type, since all we're doing is having the handler for the sake of having this, right? I think that's more. Yeah, if you do this, then you have to change the syntax here, because that would just be a Stack Overflow, right? If you actually try to run this, this would have to be written as self as handler. No. What is the right syntax for this thing? It certainly isn't that. Yes, but not in this case, because there is only one thing you can do. Self S. Then this would need a different trait. I think there's some crossed wires here. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all good. But we can solve this problem if we don't return something. So this does not solve the exact problem they're asking for, but it does make it possible to have event handlers. Okay, let's get rid of things we don't need. We don't have the output. Okay, so we can so we should specify these are like mutable references, maybe. Let's have a look at this thing. Let's see if anyone else has answered then. There's another one. And now I can't find this. Whoa, there's so much stuff here. No, there it is. Okay, let's see if anyone's commented on this thing. All right, so do they have an output yet? They do here. I guess what we could do is just get rid of the type, right? So getting rid of the type would that just work? Why do they have the associated type for args? The get for args? Do you really need to have that? Well, the issue is, like, why do we need that? I don't remember. We're just associating the args here, right? Right, that's why. Otherwise, we can't take references. But why do you need references if you're always going to return it? So I think that's the alternative then. If you return it, then don't take references. Either take references or return it. But I didn't find a good explanation as to why this is a problem. There's nothing in here. This is practically meaningless for answering any in-depth questions around this. Maybe we could just do return types. Yeah, there's nothing there, right? I have a trait that has a function for deserializing associated type. However, this associated type needs to have a lifetime that they call it size. So I have a separate trait that I use in high rank trait plans for, so that it can be deserialized for any lifetime. I need to use a closure that returns this associated type. I have a following code to do that. No, they didn't reply. In the end, I just kicked them from the Discord and blocked them. Hello, Zuyash. I'm alright. How you doing? I'm getting a bit hungry. I'm a bit peckish. I'm probably going to have to see that soon. So, okay, can we simplify this? To just a trait with an output. I think this is the simplified version of this. That will not work. I did not, Caleb. I did not. Do it because you enjoy it, Suyash. It's harder to stream and be productive, right? Because not only are you doing something that requires your attention, but you're also trying to engage with people at the same time. So make sure that you actually enjoy doing it and it's not just I don't know what it would be, right? And what's your end goal of streaming, right? Why do you want to stream? Do you want to stream because you think it's going to help you get better? I don't. In what sense do you feel like it's going to make you get better? I think if you're streaming and you don't find streaming fun, it's probably going to be a terrible thing to do, right? Now, you certainly don't have to be good at anything. Well, it depends on what you want, right? If you want viewer engagement and a lot of viewers, then you have to be good at engaging with your viewers and doing what they want you to do, right? Rust restriction about being able to abstract over the borrow status, ownership of values in some hard to discover situations involve high rank trait bounds. A few days ago, I wrote a now unpublished article about how you can't express a certain problem. I keep maneuvering myself with Rust lifetime. However, that posts an emotional chain of events that led to a solution that actually works. Yet, at the same time, even though I thought it was impossible, I don't think the solution is obvious. I could have found it myself, and it does not even work reliably, but more about that later. Let's set the stage first. The problem I'm talking about relates to abstracting over borrows and owned values when combined with functions or something that uses higher kinded trait bound. I guess higher kinded trait bounds is the same as higher ranked trait bounds, conversely at least. One wants to create an API where it's possible to either borrow or clone out of some input value. Think of a generic function that can produce both a string and a str. If you are toying around with this sort of stuff, the compiler messages you might run into looks like this. Implementing X is not general enough. X would have to be implemented for the type str for any lifetime 0. But X1 is actually implemented. Okay, yeah, I think we saw that earlier. With the recent talk about stabilization of GATs, I tried diving into one of my issues again. All right, got it. Let me make this less abstract and let's see what this is about, why it matters, and why GATs won't necessarily help this particular problem that I'm having, even though it sounds like it should. The basic abstraction. Let's take a very basic abstraction layer that wants to expose native Rust types from some piece of data that sits around somewhere. Know the data is already somewhere, so our mind immediately thinks borrowing. Typically, this comes up when reading from a database layer or in some runtime reflection situation, serialization libraries, template engines, so forth. Imagine we have an abstract value type such as 30 JSON value, which can contain one of multiple different types. For simplicity's reason, let's pretend there are only two values there, string or number. This is a very simple example, but it's enough to show the problem. Now, let's say that this type wants to be able to stringify itself. To that end, implements two utility functions that converts a value into a string. We have one which borrows if the value is in string, and a second that stringifies in which value is a number. Oh my god, I'm already dying from excitement. As str to string. All right. So far, so good. What's important about this particular piece of code we just wrote? I really like to interact with people, want to make connections, and better in the way that people can really suggest to me a workaround the problem that I face. So Suyash, yes and no, right? To interact with people, that's good, because that you will get through streaming, right? That will do well for your streaming, right? If you don't interact with people, there's a chance that your viewer is going to lose interest and do whatever, right? When it comes to getting suggestions, it depends on the problem that you're facing and the suggestions you're expecting, right? Half the suggestions you might get might be complete nilly-willy nonsense, right? I know this because I've given terrible suggestions to people in their chats, right? But yeah, why not? I'd say invest in good sound over good video. If you don't interact with chat, you might as well just make a video. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We're giving you terrible suggestions as well. I mean, there is that, right? And sometimes when you try to get things done, Suyash, some people will insist that you do something else. Okay, I'm just saying. Not your favorite HTML language? What's your favorite HTML language? We can always get paid actors. But make sure that your sound is good, right? Hypertext, not language. Whoops. No. I'm talking about a Musean is generally decent at giving advice and solutions, right? This was more of a general comment that people would pop into your chat, and then the thing is, because you don't know these people, you don't know what level of skill they actually have. So someone might sound really knowledgeable in the beginning until you start to realize that they are hallucinating worse than any LLM implementation. They're just talking nonsense, but they're wrapping the nonsense out. So they will send you off on a wild goose chase with their complete and utter nonsense. And I assume that people aren't thick, all right, until proven otherwise. Which means that you end up chasing some kind of people who speak with authority, where you can't qualify whether they have any skill around the issue or not, right? They can lead you astray a few times, but you get back on track though, right? Just know this. Sometimes better than LLM. Now, in general, in my chat, this isn't too much of an issue, right? It's more like people I haven't talked to before who pretends to know more than they do, right? And that's normal, right? We don't embrace our ignorance, right? People generally don't want to say, "Hi, I don't know anything. How's it going?" Right? And here are my suggestions, even though I have no clue what I'm talking about, right? People don't talk like that, and that's normal. I don't talk like that, right? If I think I might have some input or some solution to someone, I might share that, or I might not, right? I might send someone on a wild goose chase. People believe what they want to believe. The problem is when they try to make you believe what they believe as well, right? Normal until proven thick. We're all guilty of this, you lark. It's going all right, Jeeves. Well, you're doing an incredibly good job at pretending then. Anyway. It's not always able to borrow the value. This should be obvious, as not all the values are strings. Even if one were willing to emulate this sort of behavior, it's very tricky to stringify the value on demand out of borrowing functions such as stir. There's no mutable place. Something cow. Yeah, I was expecting that, right? One could use something like memo map for some specific cases. The above problem is pretty common in Rust. One wants to leverage borrowing when possible and only fall back on some form of transformation or clone when necessary. There's a utility, blah, blah, cow, right? Okay, is this actually talking about this anywhere? Or is this kind of, I feel like I'm 1/4 through the article and I haven't really hit on the issue yet. Okay, here we go. Maybe we can jump to this. We want the user to be able to invoke different functions that all take a single argument that transparently converts. So imagine we want to enable this. In this case, let's just imagine that if argument is incompatible, the invocation of this callback should fail. How can we define such a callback? Let's look at first how we would define this callback type. Well, this is very similar to what we're doing, but there's no lifetime here. And that's always a reference. So let's get to when this is no longer a reference. Let's look at the higher ranked stuff. We're getting a lot of honest people in the chat now. I'm happy, right? I'm happy. As for doing with event system like that person wanted. Yeah, my initial take was to use types as well, but they want to use closures. Hang on, let me just link the post to you. If you want to answer the post, right? If you've already written an implementation, you might as well just answer them, right? You don't have a Reddit account? So you solve the problem, but you're not going to tell them about it. I'm not going to share your solution. Right? I'm not going to take credit for what you did. And I'm not going to post it for you either. So this person better find this Twitch channel or they will never know, okay? Closures would work. Anyway, I'm going to get back to reading this thing. This could be interesting. Erase the event arg. Okay, let's have a look. They do a try convert value. So where's the trait then? What a move that would be. No, I don't want to do that either. We have a trait with a lifetime that can have us borrow and come. Okay, but you can't use that lifetime, right? Is that not the... Oh, no, there's the try convert thing. We have a type that can hold callback called our callback. The most interesting. I want to get to the point where they explain what doesn't work now, so I don't go completely wild with this stuff. The function takes a single argument, which is type arg, which uses our earlier try convert trait. Because the trait takes a lifetime, we need to come up with one. Since we do not have a lifetime, we can use a higher rank trait bounds to create one by... All right. As for the callback trait, we still need to declare and implement it. All right. Invoke and return value. And we don't know what the value is yet. So we have to add the value somewhere. Function arg callback trait arg for function. This should say that a callback trait has an invoke method which takes one arg, which is again using out try convert value trait there, and we again use for similar reasons above. What would happen if you pass a lifetime instead? This doesn't work for the time we declared the function lifetime does not exist yet. It's referred to the lifetime of the function, but that would be quite pointless. What we want that lifetime to point to is the lifetime of the value that is passed in when the function is called. Yeah, so what they want to do is return the value, right? That's what it is. We had this originally, right? We had an implementation for this that works fine, right? But we can't use the closure way of doing it then. But anyway, where was I? What did I miss now? This works beautifully with a square method. The following code compiles and will print 4. However, try to use this with a stir on a particular issue. Is not general enough. Hacking together. So, okay, I need to see where this is going. If I... All right, let's have a look at the other link as well. You can't do the abstracting of ownership. All right, so this is the post, right? No, that's my take as well. Either pass by ref or by mutable ref, and you have all you need to deal with the values, right? But I do find it an interesting... What? Why was it deleted? Anyway, oh, right. So it doesn't... Oh, no, hang on. Oh. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's Armin Honecker that wrote this, is it? Yeah. All right then. Of course you can, Alessia. Go for it. I'm gonna have to go and take something for my headache soon because I feel like my tone of voice, I can hear it sounds a little bit testy, and it's because I have a headache and I'm a bit hungry, nothing else. All right. So in your GitHub page, on your GitHub, have you uploaded your public key, Delastia? You made an SSH key 7 days ago. Have you uploaded that one? Okay. You need to upload it and... okay, let's not point to that yet. Start with what I said the last year. Make sure that you've uploaded your public SSH key. I have since declared teaching bankruptcy on the issue. That's funny. But I don't know if this is actually trying to have any output. Maybe it is, right? But there's no lifetimes on that one. Yeah, just go into your GitHub account and then you look at your keys there and then you compare it with your public. And remember, it's your public key you want to upload, not your private key. It's how the abstract or gets in general. All right, now then I have too much of a headache to read this stuff. All right, I need to go and grab some Paracet because I can feel my headache, and I'm gonna put the kettle on. Okay, so just give me a second or two. Hey, there we go. All right, so should we find something else to look at then? What should we look at today then? I'm gonna give up on this thing. I don't care enough about this now, so we'll get rid of this. All right, what else do we got? Let's get rid of that too. Let's look at something else then, shall we? We could look at, what did we talk about yesterday? I don't know, Scott. Seems risky. I don't know how to swim. I need 30 minutes for this pill to kick in. I'm gonna be a cranky asshole until that happens. Nobody wants that. Okay, we can look at the editor thing, right? Let's have a look at some source material for Maybe there's something like projecting text into a buffer. Let's see if that starts us off somewhere, right? Should we learn how to read text into a buffer in C? You have to do this to call functions. Wait. No. I think the question is, why do we have to wrap function pointers in brackets? Okay, they didn't even answer that. Oh, my tea's ready. Yes. I honestly don't know why you have to wrap it in now. Are you having any success with this, Elastia? Right, it's to distinguish between a function and a field. Right. What is happening? All right, so let's see. Window into a text buffer. Let's see about that then, right? And now I have to wonder, what does Vim do when you have something that is a Unicode character? Right? No, that's not what I wanted. So if we do this and we want to scroll the text. Local key is public. Are you on Windows or Linux? Let's start with that. Okay, you should have a directory in your home called .ssh. And if you do an ls in your .ssh directory, you will have something like id_rsa and id_rsa.pub. And it might not be called id_rsa, it might be called something else, but it should have a .pub file extension. Do you see anything like that? Okay, that's what it does. So if we do this, we get 2 of those. Oh, if you select it, it scrolls it back. No. Do you not have a .ssh? If we do this, does that not work? But Kaczynski, they said that they created new keys 7 days ago. Now it's easy to solve this without the return type, you see, and the problem they had was with the return type, right? Okay, so that's what they do. They just make a funny symbol in there, right? Okay, if you type ls in that directory, like so, you should see a bunch of files in there. Or is the directory empty? Do you not have anything called .pub in there? Maybe, okay, well, then Kaczynski is right. You have not actually made your keys. So run SSH keygen. But before you do this, let me give you something. There should be, as part of this article, yeah, read this thing first then. Read this thing first, Elastia, so you can generate your keys, and then you can add your keys, right? So these two. T makes everything better. Right, so how can we sort of get a window into some text, all right? That's what I want to try to do now. That seems like a fun thing to do that I will immediately give up on. So a window would produce lines for a region, and now we need to have like an offset to this thing, right? Maybe we can even return something we refer to as a window. So we need to have a region here. Although we don't technically need a region here, we need to have a an offset and a width here, right? Like that, and then we need to have the actual lines, right? And we're gonna borrow this from txt, right? Then we're gonna have region.to.x minus region.from.x. Now we just have to make a new one for this. It's going to be our input. All right, and we have to be generic over T. Okay. Are these I32s? We need these to be positive values. Let's just cast them for now. Let's be lazy about this. Enjoy, Jai Mukund. Yes, it's not. It's a headache stream. Nobody want to watch this. Drinking tea and doing weird shit. All right. Wait, what are you griping about then? All right, so lines is the first thing. Blah, blah, blah. Right. Well, thank you, guy. It's going to be another few minutes until it's gone. If I last that long. Not every day can be a good day, okay. Now with extra nonsense. All right, we don't have anything to debug, so I don't know why I try that. So now we can get a window in here. Okay, so let's have ourselves a cursor here. That's going to be a position. I see. Yeah, but you still have to sort of project the text from a source, right? And that's what I'm gonna do here. Virtual terminal can do 8 splits and scroll different splits. Really? Is that what they do? Nah, that doesn't seem right. Because that wouldn't... They write the whole thing to what? This sounds fishy. Maybe I misunderstand what you mean. They send the whole buffer off to end cursors. Oh, that's right. End cursors have these windows. Oh, that's how it is, isn't it? It's a shame that end cursors is so unpleasant to work with. So if the cursor position. So this should be a local position because this should exist within the window. So we can move the window around if we hit the edges. Blah. I mean, yum. Okay, so we are... oh, come on, head. So to be able to produce lines from these things, right? We could just return a slice of string slices, couldn't we? Well, not really string slices, a slice of lines, but it's not lines either. So this is where it gets a little bit tricky. Because we're storing spans in here, and that might not be the right thing to do then, right? Maybe spans should be stored separately and using offsets, right? I don't know. Maybe if we get rid of spans, this thing would be a little bit nicer to actually maybe this would be easy. Oh, fuck it. This headache is just not going away. It's just not going away. All right, enough crying about that. All right. See, we have the string in the span. So really, what we need to do is know which is the last span. But we don't want to scan through that every time either. So what would be the most efficient way to look up where the span starts and ends? So it's almost like we need an offset into the spans. So we have the string. Maybe the headache was Rust all along. Yeah, probably is. It's just programming in general. Now it's like my head's just shitting in pieces, right? It's all it hurts to think, which is obviously helpful when you're gonna write code. And it just feels like nothing I can think of is gonna be good enough. I'm gonna be too critical to everything. We could have a look at maybe how Helix does it. All right. Let's see what they do in terms of the drawing code. We can probably just see this in the TOML file, what they're using. And I'm guessing this is going to come from Helix term then. Okay, so they're just using cross term for this. Interesting. I wonder if they have some interesting buffer for this stuff. Okay, so this thing is using what? Okay, so they're using the same buffers as we have effectively. So I wonder how they sort of project the text then. Spinners. I don't know why this makes me smile. Yeah, so it would seem. All right, so they have a document. And they have a view offset. Although view ID here is confusing a bit. How do we answer that question? It's a programming language. It's not a good first programming language. Let's start with that. So once you get the foundational programming, then Rust can be a decent next language to learn. But I would get my foundation before I jump into Rust because of all the additional rules that it comes with. Which doesn't really answer your question, but I think the answer is meaningless. It's a memory-safe systems programming language, but that answer is a little bit whatever, right? So we have a view, which is what I suspect I'm calling a window here. I don't know if I would call it a niche language. A niche language would mean that it's specific to something. Like Mojo is a niche language, right? Solana is a niche language. Rust is a generic programming language, like C or C++. So we have a view and an area. I think I want to look at this a little bit. But I don't want to pull all this code just for that. No, a niche language would imply that it specifically exists for a niche, right? Something specific. Like how your social network for cats is a niche social network, whereas Facebook is a generic social network. Well, niche is not really something that we define. It's something that is defined by the language, right? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how it's getting the text out, because I am currently suffering from a lack of confidence in my own ability, right? This stems from the work that I've been doing the last couple of days and the result of that. So rather than trusting myself, which is probably quite good to do, I want to look at what something else is doing that has clearly been deemed good enough. That's why I'm looking at this. I mean, you can have segfaults in Rust. They're quite easy to create. You can have segfaults, stack overflows, memory leaks. These things are easy to create in Rust if you want to, but they require that you want to create them most of the time. All right, so let's see what a document is. Oh, why is this thing so useless? That is not the right document. All right. So render view. Let's try to stick with this thing. So it's either the it's either render text. Yeah, I'm looking for. I'm looking for things. All right. So we have an inner area. I'm looking for a way to get rid of this headache. Okay, it's hanging around. I got more segfaults in Rust than in C when I started my first large Rust project, but nothing in that project was normal Rust, and a lot of it was unsafe. Was it because you were trying to write Rust like you would write C? I mean, I think that's kind of a common thing to do, isn't it? All right, okay, let's see. So we have a view. I want to find out what a view actually is. So let's hop back here and see where does a view come from? It comes from Helix view, unsurprisingly. Which I guess is in the root then. It has its own little project. Jeepers! There's a lot going on here then. Okay. I don't think I'm looking in the place that I should be looking. Okay. So view.area. There is an offset here. So the document, maybe we can look at the document then. Where does that come from? Okay. And they're using rope data structures for the text editing. That makes sense. The goal is not to implement Helix. The goal is just to have the foundation for multi-line editing with the possibility of adding things like syntax highlighting if you want to. If someone wanted to implement a clone of Helix, they would have to implement all the events and everything like that, right? But you should be able to implement a Vim clone easily with this. Easily-ish. Right, that's the inlay hints. It uses async. Yeah, but that shouldn't have any complications based on how do you access the buffer and stuff, right? It shouldn't be an issue. I'm looking for the document type. Here we go. There's a lot going on this. If the board returner changes that should be applied to this document in order to format it nicely. So they have formatting built into the document. Interesting. Wow, all this for saving. I wonder if they're using, what are they using? Are they using syntax for the syntax highlighting or not? Shit, we can do that. That actually solves the whole syntax highlighting thing. We just use syntax for that, right? They're using tree sitter. Okay, so Rust bind is the tree sitter. Okay, that sucks a little bit because I don't want to add a dependency to an external library. Okay, now I think we would use syntax for this thing. Find the origin selection of the text in the document where a single cursor would go if it were on the first grapheme. If the text is empty, return 0, 0. Hello, Dad. How you going? Did it go in the wrong place? Well, I can leave this on screen if you need to remember it, right? Welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? How's the stream? You could define a common API and build an anathema-specific wrapper around trace-sitter that users can manually add. Yeah, no, you can definitely do that, Banky. It is better, but it adds a dependency outside of the crate, right? No, it should be fine to do that, right? It should be fine to do that. So everything should be pretty extensible, right? So anyway, welcome, Raiders. I am Togglebit here on Twitch. I do predominantly Rust programming. I am now nursing a pretty decent headache, which means I am super happy, and I will definitely put up with large quantities of bullshit. So if you guys want to, you can do your worst, okay? Fill the chat with rubbish. So yeah, right. I'm currently looking at an editor called Helix, not because I'm going to use it. I'm interested in how they deal with displaying text, right? So the specific problem would be, given a large text document, how can we have a view when we're looking at a portion of that document? That's basically what I'm interested in doing, right? And that, of course, means working with a bunch of offsets. And if we're going to have spans in our text, so we can do syntax highlighting, that also complicates things just a smidge, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking at, though, right? To see how are they doing their text display and such, right? And also, you know, it's nice to look at how things are done, right? These are some large functions, though. There's a lot going on here. I am looking for... I don't even know what I'm looking for anymore. What's wrong with syntax? It's just parsing the Sublime Text themes. So we already have sort of an editor, but I want to have something a little bit more simple. Maybe we could just make that a thing. And then we lost the music. There we go. True, but at least you don't have to pull in some kind of dependency that you might not have, right? So I don't know. I mean, it might be easy enough to install TreeSitter, but wouldn't that build TreeSitter as a specific dependency for what you're doing as well? I don't know. It just seems sketch. All right, render view. All right, so we want a view offset to see what happens there. Welcome to Discord. Okay. Why does an editor have a stack frame? Whew, this is like trying to think when you have a screaming child in the same room. I think I'm just gonna bail. I'm sorry. It just gets worse. I am not getting anything done. I'm struggling. Crispy streaming. We can raid Crispy. Although he doesn't actually do programming, but I think it'll be fun to raid Crispy nonetheless. Just because. Alright, let's have a look. Yeah, brain is definitely gone. This channel is intended for mature audiences. There you go. Thank you, guys. That's very kind of you. I hopefully will shortly. All right. Bye for now. I might be back later. We'll see.